It's a beautiful day. Wake up. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. Wake up. It's a 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 beautiful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Editor, Business Insider, Laura O'Reilly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you're suitably fed and watered. As just mentioned, I'm a senior editor at Business Insider. You might be able to tell from the accent, I'm based out of our UK office in London, our big, growing, thriving UK office. I cover the advertising, media and tech sections, so it seems suitable that I'm going to be introducing this afternoon's sessions, which are all about advertising. Later on, we've got a really interesting panel about outdoor and how digital pertains to that. Coming up a little bit before that, we've got the session on ads that don't suck, which I think we all need to hear right now. And just coming up right now, we've got Eric Porres, CMO of Sailthrough, to talk through marketing to people, not proxies. Welcome on up.
Thank you. Hold your applause, please. Look, it's me, yes, just to make sure. So hi everyone, I hope your lunch was delightful. If it wasn't, I apologize. Just to make sure, that is me, so that's who I am. If you want to tweet what you're about to learn. So we did a study this past quarter of consumers across the US, the UK, and Western Europe to identify the drivers of brand loyalty for retailers and media publishers and the opportunity for marketers to inspire loyalty. And so I wanted to share with you the results of that study for the first time. First question, however, this is an audience participation question, so if you have if you're in your laptop, just look up for 1 second. This is the question. So we asked these folks, what percentage of consumers say that retail and media brands don't mean anything to them, don't mean anything to them anymore? And we gave folks, and here are some options. So I'm going to do a show of hands in the audience. You're all consumers, so what percentage of you say, retail media brands, you know what, they're really not, they don't mean that much to me anymore? Would you say it's 0 to 20%? Show of hands. All right, 21 to 40%, show of hands. All right, does it get a little more aggregated in there? 41 to 60%? Okay, that's typically survey design. You all decide to go in the middle. 61 to 80%. All right, up. There's a lot more pessimists here. And then finally, 81 to 100%. Okay, nobody's willing to go that. Okay, there's one person willing to go that way. So, survey says the answer is fewer than 6%. So fewer than 6% say that brands don't mean anything to them. And in fact, that number is even smaller. So if you break that down even further, 3% for retail, 8% for media. So I think it's important that these two categories are really important because they represent these real world sandboxes of human behavior, right? So we consume media every day and we buy things, if not every day, then every other day. But by studying these behaviors, we can learn from them and affect strategies that affect B2C companies as well as B2B brands. So next question, loyalty. Let's talk about loyalty. And we think it's a two-way street. 40%, in fact, of brand loyalists say they want a brand to acknowledge their participation in loyalty programs. So I had this experience last week. Problem with my Amazon order, tried to resolve it. Two chat sessions. Hey, Eric, thanks for being a Prime member. Chat sessions couldn't resolve my problem, had to resort to a phone call. Yes, you can actually call customer service at Amazon. Hey, Eric, thanks so much for being a Prime member. And there are other things there that we also learned about publishers. Publishers for loyalty, what's interesting is that loyalty can't be bought. So we think about, as a publisher, as a media company, my pricing strategies are absolutely what's going to save my business. But in fact, less than a quarter say that loyalty to media, their loyalty to media publishers would be improved by changes in prices or discounts. Just as many said that the best way to do it would be through improving content. So then we asked some other questions. We said, hey, are there any media outlets, publishers or brands you consider yourself loyal to? And if so, please list up to 3. Now, remember, this is in terms of survey design, and I see Jeff Ramsey in the audience, so you can ask him even more about survey design, better questions. But we didn't force on these folks the brands. They actually wrote these in. What are the 3 brands that you're most loyal to? And so here's what we found in the US, Canada, and Western Europe. These are the brands. Oh, look at that, Facebook in the middle. Mark says he's not a media brand. Well, the human population would suggest otherwise. And then if we go to the United States, we add almost all of the brand, another 60% of the brands added. all digital brands, BuzzFeed, Yahoo, Huffington Post. I don't know if Ariana's still in the room or not. So the results here are, again, as much about survey design in terms of versus the logos on the screen. When you're thinking about asking about loyalty, give people the option to write something in. It's not just enough to say, oh, I'm going to pick from a list. So continuing, 3 out of 4 retail brand loyalists, 76% have interacted with a favorite brand in some way that could have been personalized over the past 12 months. So what does that mean? Let's look a little bit about what those interactions are. Visited a website, of course. Visited a store location, signed up for an email letter, received an online message. You can all read this, or you can take your pictures of the graph as you so choose. What this tells us is that it's really important to be thinking about not just the channel, and not just looking for one engagement signal. We had a luncheon that some of you participated in before. I liken it to the idea of thinking about a symphony, not just one line. If you're listening to Beethoven's Fifth, or choose your pick of the classical music, or choose your pick of contemporary music, modern music, doesn't matter. If you're just thinking about the bass line, what's the drummer doing? If you're thinking about what the drummer's doing, what's the singer doing? And so really when thinking about any smart marketer, you have to be thinking about more than just one signal. And so for those of you who have your teams on my email team, or my mobile team, or my website team, or my in-store team, all of these folks really do have to work together, because this is what consumers actually want, and they want to have a personalized experience. Likewise, almost every interaction with a media publisher can in some way be personalized for the reader. Similarly, reading and watching content, visiting a website, downloading an app, signing up for a newsletter, interacting with official social media accounts, receiving an online message. These are what loyalists do. These are what your best customers do. And so we find it's really important for us to look at what your best customers do and model behavior about your best customers, because that ultimately is going to help you with lifetime value versus continuing to acquire customers and filling in a leaky bucket. Moving on. Oops. I'll show that one again. So Sail-Through as a platform, personalization platform for email mobile as well as the web. I won't bore you with the details of our company, only to know that we send a lot of emails. We send about 100 billion emails a year, most of which are personalized. And we have about 1.6 billion profiles under management worldwide. That's second only to about Facebook in terms of active profiles, people actually doing things within their consumer behavior. And by the time this presentation is done, we'll actually have sent about 6 million emails. So we understand a lot about human behavior. Why? Because there's a person on the other end of an email. And in fact, half of all of you, maybe I could do a show of hands, how many of you have had a personal email address for more than 2 years? Same email address, 3 years. Keep your hands up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so more than half the room here, more than half the room have had the same email address for more than 10 years. That's amazing when you think about what you can learn about human behavior just from email. And so what have we learned? We've learned that we open 49% of all emails on our mobile devices. So we've talked about the year of mobile, and now it's really mobile. We talk about audience consumption habits, you talk about advertising habits, what have you. And so this is less, I'd say it's less about the device though than it is about human behavior. Human behavior is we want to open emails. And only 29% are on a PC, 12% on a tablet, and 10% on other. So what is this emerging other category? Well, what we found, believe it or not, Tesla owners are opening email on their device, a four-wheel vehicle. I actually think it's Jeff Ramsey who's doing it. I don't know if you actually own a Tesla, and if it were Jeff, I think he would be saying that my Tesla reads my emails for me while running autonomously, which is slightly better than Jeff's other mode of transportation, which he had at a previous conference. But we're not suggesting responsive design for camels. What we are suggesting, the proof is incontrovertible that we're communicating in a mobile-first world. And so everyone in the audience, I think, needs to think about their mobile communication strategy for 2017. Loyalists, let's talk about loyalty for a little bit. 31% of retail brand loyalists say that they only want to be shown products or services that are relevant to them. And when you unpack that even further, 41% say they want their purchase history to be used to tailor messaging. 34% want to be addressed by name. 20% of those retail brand loyalists want those brands to acknowledge something specific about them, such as their hobbies and interests. So what's interesting about that, earlier this year we conducted a study with senior executives in the retail and media landscape. And we found that companies who invested in retention, who invested in those loyal customers, significantly increased market share 180% more than those who focused on acquiring new customers. And if you go back a few years further and you look at Bain's presentation about in terms of the cost of acquisition versus the cost of retention, the numbers just play out. So I'm going to talk really fast about personalization methods, so why it matters. If any of you want to select wine, you don't just come into a restaurant, especially like Per Se, and say, hey, give me your red wine. They actually want to learn something about you before they make that recommendation. And so how do you personalize is very simpler. You learn customer preferences, you make a decision, and then you improve over time. Now, there are 3 different kinds of personalization methods that I want to tell you about really quickly. One is attribute-based. So they look at attributes assigned to a given item. So a wine is red, a wine is from California, a wine is possibly made with Cabernet. And these attribute systems are generally product-based. There's another method of personalization called collaborative filtering. And what collaborative filtering does, it says it uses data from multiple customers to fill in the gaps in a person's profile and to identify things that they might like based on their similarities to other customers. And so contextual, this is what's happening in the now, as well as historical, here's what's happened in the past. Finally, there's model-based collaborative filtering that takes the best of all and applies machine learning to the problem, to the product and the person data sets, and uses these statistical techniques to fill in those gaps as well. And so just a handful of examples of each. So attribute-based, Pandora, Coursera, Stitch Fix. Great examples of companies that use attribute-based personalization. Collaborative filtering, we've all seen this. Amazon, people who bought this also bought Netflix because you watched. And then model-based collaborative filtering, Spotify, Discover Weekly, as well as Netflix top 10 picks for you. So why personalize? And we'll go through this super fast because consider the alternatives. The alternative is disengagement. And in fact, what we find is that personalized communications reduce opt-outs by 45%. So for those of you thinking about 2017, what would it mean to your business if you could talk to twice as many customers in the course of a year? Personalization also performs 27% better than generic messaging. And again, for the media publishers in the room, I think the really interesting thing that we did is we said, let's look at the cost of not personalizing content. So we looked across 28 billion emails that we sent last year, 5.3 billion opens, and then we looked at the discrepancy between what happens when you don't personalize. So when you don't personalize within a data set this large, you're missing out on 211 million interactions, 6.5 billion additional lost page views. And I think for any media company in the room, you definitely want to be thinking about what is your monetization strategy or your lack of monetization strategy if you're losing out on possibly 6.5 billion page views. So in summary, loyalty, we believe, matters more than ever. Loyalists interact digitally more than ever. Those interactions can be personalized. Personalization methods vary, so you definitely want to choose wisely and think about which method is going to be right for you. And finally, personalization drives real results. Remember, there's a person behind every interaction, and so it's really important to think about what method is right for the person and the behavior that you're trying to achieve. And of course, as Jeff might say, don't forget mobile, because you want to be thinking about a mobile-first world. And as we leave you, our prediction for 2017 is actually that by 2020, 50% of all brand interactions will be personalized. So thanks very much for listening. I hope you took away some interesting stats, and look forward to seeing you the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Eric. So we've heard about how marketers are getting a lot more personal with their advertising. But what about when those ads actually reach us? How do they make sure they don't suck? Well, that's what this panel is all about. Keeping everybody in check is going to be Business Insider's very, very, very talented Chief Revenue Officer, Pete Spann. On our panel today, we have Brian Lesser, CEO of Group M, North America, Mihail Mikek, CEO of Celtra, Patrick Keane, President of Sharethrough, and Sloan Gowan, CEO of PulsePoint. Welcome up to the stage.
I'll take the chair if you want to go that way.
All right, so we are all in the ad business. So we all, at some level, love advertising. So in some respects, what we're talking about is fixing something we love, which can be kind of challenging. But before we talk about all the good ideas we have, the things that are working now, and what we have going forward, I'd love to just step back for a second and look at why we need a panel on how to make ads not suck. How did we get here? And what are some of the symptoms that are causing us to have this panel? Anyone want to jump in, or I can certainly call on people.
I mean, I'll take a crack at it. I mean, there has always been a bargain that's been inherent to the content business or the media business, which is to access great content, I need to look at advertising. It wasn't overt, but it was just sort of an inherent understanding. And that's breaking down for a couple of reasons. I mean, the first is that there's more great content that's available over the top through Netflix or Amazon or lots of other places. And so you have generations, particularly younger generations, that no longer believe they have to look at advertising to get great content. And I think that's coupled with the fact that certain people, and again, it tends to be millennials or younger generations, are more cynical, not just about advertising, but about sort of big brands and advertising. And so, the response to that is that we need, as an industry, to get more sophisticated with how we target. And when that gets out of control, you get ads that suck, because we have a few tools that can make it better, and in many cases, it makes it worse by making it interruptive and putting ads in places that they don't belong. So
just to continue on that, Patrick, no one wakes up in the morning, or at least I hope, no one wakes up in the morning and says, today I'm going to make an ad that sucks. Let's hope. So, to that point, like, how does that happen? Is it just a separation of accountability from where it actually gets served? Like,
I mean, I would agree with what Brian was saying, in the sense that a lot of advertising is about interruption, aggression, attempts at aggressive persuasion. We've almost turned advertising into an art of war, and advertising should be the art of engagement and persuasion in a natural way, as opposed to an inauthentic way. It's beachheads and targeting and blocking and fighting through the clutter. It's just so aggressive. And unfortunately, I think so many consumers are conditioned to an experience where they're used to that being what happens. So I'll selfishly say that when I think of what we do, it's about integrated, content-driven, non-interruptive advertising. I think that's what consumers want. I think, unfortunately, in the world of today, we've taken the shitty desktop experience and ported it to mobile devices with pre-roll and tiny little, French fry ads and things that are just entirely too interruptive, where I think it just needs to be a more natural, content-driven in-feed experience.
So this morning, Jeff Bewkes was on stage here from Time Warner, and he was talking about how people love advertising. I think the quote that I'm going to try to remember past today is, during the Super Bowl, people will go to the bathroom during the game so they don't miss the commercials. So there is this goodwill. You think about the love affair with Mad Men, and the number of shows. I think cop shows are maybe the only thing. Cops and doctors may be more frequent subjects of TV shows than ad people, although it's usually not a very accurate portrayal. But there's a love for advertising. So how do we kind of make these ads that can kind of capture that goodwill?
Yeah, so I think first we got to treat advertising as content. And once we start treating advertising as content, then we can also evaluate it. So it's, if content is poor, if it's poorly delivered, if it's non-relevant to your point, then users are going to reject it. So it's exactly the same with advertising or with any other content. And every medium needs to find the balance. What is this value exchange of content versus ads? So I think to your point, it's very important that we make this decision. Either we're going to focus on building these force-feeding technologies, and we're going to really try to monetize the attention to the last second and to the last penny, or are we going to focus and try to build much better technologies to support advertising? But first and foremost, we got to start from a point like this is it's the content basically.
All right, so it's content and content as creative, something you know quite a bit about, Sloan. what are you telling your clients to be doing that maybe they're not doing, or doing more of that is in line with what your products do?
Yeah, I think inherently in today's world, it's about making the ad matter to the user. I think traditionally you've had advertisers who've just basically screamed and yelled at the consumer that their product is a great product and they should buy it. And I think the paradigm has changed. And now it's about giving value back to the consumer. So the perfect example is if a woman's pregnant and Huggies is trying to reach that consumer, they can talk all about how their diaper is a great diaper and it doesn't leak. That's of little value to the woman who's pregnant. It's more about giving her a video in perhaps her Facebook feed, which shows her how to properly put a diaper on a baby. That's an ad that matters. That's content that matters. That's the way we have to look at the world of advertising today. And I think if you look at the landscape that we play in today, a lot of CMOs of more established companies are older and they haven't grown up in a digital world. And I think as we see those CMOs age out and you have more digital focused CMOs, you're gonna learn and they're gonna embrace the idea of engagement rather than just yelling at a consumer that their product is a great product.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I mean, and I would say people don't love advertising. I think that's a very dangerous notion.
Yeah, I agree.
People might love Super Bowl advertising.
Okay.
Because that's film. It's beautiful film. It's funny. It's emotional. It's engaging. And you know, I love to sit down for the Super Bowl and watch the advertising, but that's not advertising, right? I mean, I think we're at risk of sort of missing the middle, because yes, people love to sit on their couch when they're in an immersive experience and see a beautiful piece of film that moves them. And yes, when they've put a pair of shoes in their cart from Zappos, sometimes they like to be reminded that they didn't buy them, but they kind of do want to buy them, and now they can get them 10% off. You know, I think that's good advertising also. I think the problem is you've got a sea of garbage in the middle right now, which we have to figure out, which is sort of, I mean, if you think about in terms of the purchase funnel, you've got to generate awareness. Television advertising is really good at that. You've got to convert somebody after they understand your brand message and want your product, and sort of digital is very good at that. But in the middle, I mean, I agree with all of these guys that, you know, we have to figure out how to use data, use content to deliver information in an engaging way, so that it's not so much advertising, it's information I can use.
So I remember when you reminded me of the story I was thinking. I remember when I was first joined Google and we were trying to sell to a very senior executive at GM who no longer works there, not surprisingly when you hear the story, but his notion was, look, we came in, sold a story of relevance, and he only wanted to buy keywords associated with fly fishing and skiing because he presumed those people were the demographic that would buy an SUV. We were like, those people probably want to go skiing or fly fishing, and you should sell them relevant ads, not interruptive, non-relevant ads. So I think that kind of model has existed for a long time, unfortunately.
So I hear all of that, and I practice it as well, using data and doing all those kinds of things. But there is a fine line that I think all of us have probably at one point in our career or another crossed, which is that the relevance to creepy. And how do we? And I think one of the reactions, there are many reactions to ad blockers and the reasons why people are installing all of that. But one of them is, you're tracking me. So how do you guys think about that tension? And how do you get close to the line to maximize effectiveness without getting over the line? And how do you manage the fact that not everyone's line is in the same place?
I think it's a demographic issue first and foremost. So when I'm speaking to my 72-year-old father, and he's talking about how he keeps getting the same ad everywhere he goes, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that's retargeting. That makes good sense because you didn't buy the shoes from Zappos that you put them in the cart for. I think the older generation demographic has a problem with that. They don't quite get it. The millennials today, I think they understand that data is really driving the ad targeting today, and they're more accepting of that. And Facebook's rise is a perfect example, using better data for better targeting. So I think it's a demographic issue first and foremost. The creepiness issue, everyone's going to look at that a little bit differently. My father's going to look at that differently from my 12-year-old daughter.
So how do you manage that? I mean, I get that, but I guess one of the challenges is with the kind of the creepiness issue is that can be brand destroying. I mean, we can spend a lot of energy pinpointing very precisely where to place an ad, And then especially if the creative's inappropriate or just not on target, you could actually destroy or preference because of the great targeting. So how do you think about that?
So look, I think, when I started in mobile, and it was a few years ago, everyone's talking about SMS, and the ideas were like you're gonna walk down the store and you're gonna get a coupon and walk in and buy a coffee or something, and it never really took off, never really happened. So I don't think that we need to precisely figure out when a buyer consumer is ready to shop, or when they can get an offer and try to convert them immediately. So we need to start using the data in a much smarter way. So one thing that we're trying to do is really collect all this insight, build a creative graph, understand thoroughly, how users engage, and then try to observe that across different devices and over time, and different campaigns and so on. So I don't think that we've yet, as an industry, got to to the best use of data on the creative side. So it's not just like, hey, this person is shopping, let's give him a coupon and let's just convert. It's also, how do you tell a better story? How do you make ads just more surprising, more engaging, feel more right, like pressing on the right emotions, things like that. So I think, the whole kind of data-driven storytelling, it's in its infancy. And I think we'll see a lot of interesting things in the coming years.
And the ads don't only have to be good, they have to be viewable. I say that when I have a Group M person staring me in the face. But unfortunately, there's a lot of grifters in our business, and there's a lot of bad actors, unfortunately. And we don't want to have to create so many tertiary technologies that guarantees an ad is viewable. But if it isn't, it's never going to perform. So it has to be of a certain quality, it has to be targeted in the appropriate way, but if these ads aren't viewable, if they're not in feed for the period of time that would be ordained to be successful, that's a problem, whether the ad is shitty or the ad is just incredible and it makes you cry.
Yeah, I think that I agree with that. I think the rule of thumb is, if it's relevant, it's not creepy, right? I mean, it ceases to be creepy if it's relevant information that you can use. To your point, part of the reason why you get followed around by ads has nothing to do with that brand's ambition to follow you around with something you've already bought. It has to do with the economics of our industry, which I think is a problem we need to solve, and we will over time. That's more of, listen, there's an impression available on an auction, and I know that it's more valuable, even if it's the 27th time I'm showing you the same pair of shoes, than if whoever's running that auction or whoever's bidding gives it to the next best advertiser. It's still more valuable as the 27th time. So that's more market dynamics of how digital advertising works, than it is a brand thinking that that's the right time to put an ad in front of a consumer. And it's incumbent on the agencies and the companies we run to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, we got 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I think we can solve it here. So part of the challenge when we're separating out the delivery from the environment where the ad is delivered is that both sides can point to the other person who's ostensibly selling the ad. So as a publisher, I can say, here's this beautiful environment, here's all these, and here's this bad ad, this ad that sucks that comes in. That's ad tech's problem. Ad tech can say, well, you attracted that cookie. It's, so how do you, as agency kind of arbiter, how are you thinking of what is that better model in terms of kind of squaring the circle for your clients who are also our clients?
Right. Well, I mean, Patrick mentioned one thing. I mean, we took, as an agency group, we took a stance that we're not going to pay for an ad if it's not viewable, and that seems really simple, and you wouldn't believe the amount of consternation that creates in an industry that operates off of a large portion of it non-viewable ads. So that's one thing. I also think it's our responsibility to give publishers advice. And our advice to publishers as good trading partners are, don't be a whore. Don't put so many ads on your page because I'm
going to write that down. Yeah.
It's just not a good experience for the user. So fewer ad slots, fewer ad impressions, better ad experiences. And we're willing to, as an agency, we're willing to pay more for more engaging experiences rather than interruptive experiences. And the worst of it's on mobile. I mean, mobiles, and I would not make the mistake that people install ad blockers because they don't want people following around. Most people install ad blockers because they don't want ads blocking content on mobile devices. You know, and I would guess, I haven't done the study, that if you asked them if they were okay with us having data so that we can sell them relevant information, they'd say yes. It's just, I want to get to my game and I want it now, or I want to get to my content, and that's why they install ad blockers, because it indexes higher for young men, higher for gamers, higher for, you know, high preponderance of mobile use.
It's interesting to see over time what might be perceived to be a bad user experience that certain platforms condition an entire market into. Look at Facebook. Facebook has a muted autoplay video ad, often with captions. And if someone told you 18 months ago that that would be the user experience that's become the norm on the web, you'd have said that's crazy, when it absolutely has become the case. And obviously you look at Snapchat, you look at what Facebook has done with instant play. It's just really intriguing to see how certain behaviors are not only most successful, but consumers say they want that experience versus having to click and go through an experience. It's just been really interesting to see how consumer changes their behavior so much.
Yeah.
Well, has the consumer changed their behavior, or do they actually want that content? And so they're willing to endure those bad ads and that bad experience for that content. I mean, I think that's the question we have to answer. I'm not sure it's terribly clear.
Yeah, but I mean, we've done surveys with millennials where they literally say, I would like the ad experience to be a muted autoplay video experience, instantly loaded, as opposed to I have to hear the sound or whatever it might be. So it's interesting, but I think there's conditions to both of that.
But that goes, you know, back to what I said at the beginning. It's, you know, when you look at Snapchat, so they treat advertising same as content. It gets exactly the same treatment. So I think all these initiatives, okay, now make advertising almost not look as advertising. You know, all this lean and whatever, you know, these like 10 initiatives are to make this super light. I mean, think about that. You know, at the end you say like, okay, let's pretend this is not advertising. Let's make it so light. It's going to be 3, you know, kilobytes, like nothing, minimal footprint. That's not how you can make great advertising. So I think we got to figure out the best technologies to deliver the content, any content, advertising content, editorial content. Again, the publishers need to decide what the exchange is and how to mark properly advertising content versus editorial content. And the technology is facilitating the delivery of this stuff. And then there's the user experience, which again, also, you know, I very much agree with the whole native philosophy. You know, it needs to be designed to fit into content. But at the same time, I don't agree with okay, you know, let's pretend that ads are not ads and let's make them, you know, click bites or make, you know, better mousetraps, which is happening with native a lot, right? So what we need is you know, good native advertising that people understand it's advertising and it functions well, and it's basically it enables rich content. That's exactly what Snapchat is doing, and I think they're doing a masterful job, probably by far the best in the industry across the board.
So you talk a little bit about the bad experiences and contrast that with some of the better ones. If a bunch of publishers, ad technology companies, advertisers work hard to make these great experiences, you know, how do we handle the bad actors who prompt people to install the ad blockers or to in other ways avoid respectful advertising? I think one of the questions I have is around, there are a bunch of initiatives, the Coalition for Better Ads, IAB has lean ads, and there's Google AMP and all sorts of other things where we're really working as an industry, I think, to improve things. And yet, you go to one site, inadvertently you click on a site and you get, you know, 64 ads and a tiny piece of content, and you know, they've dropped 5 tracking cookies on you, and all these kinds of things. How many of those experiences will people take? You know, how many bad apples can you have in the barrel before the whole barrel spoils? How are you guys thinking about it? What are you telling your clients around supporting those good actors?
You know, we represent the sort of the fat part of the tail when it comes to advertisers. The biggest advertisers in the world are. So our advice is to not trade with those those partners. You know, and that seems simple, but
it isn't, is it? I mean,
But you know, you shouldn't. There's plenty of advertising inventory for whatever you want to achieve, unless you have the most specialized audience. And so, you simply don't trade with those kinds of publishers that have, those kinds of experiences. Now, it still happens, again, because of the dynamics of how the industry works and inventory in an exchange environment and bidding on impressions and all the rest of it. But without getting into the weeds on that, there's ways to avoid it, to literally hand select your trading partners and to make sure that you have viewability standards. The Lean initiative, I think, is a good initiative, which is, can we put some standards or some parameters around or a ranking around how friendly an ad is, and then give direction to the publisher to say, this is, where does it fall in the ranking? Should I accept it or should I not accept it? So we are trying to put some standards in place so that there's more information around what is a good ad and what's not a good ad, so publishers can make intelligent decisions also.
Yeah, but as an industry, we've tried this in the past. I mean, we have ad choices today. I think the incidence rate of someone clicking on that little button is probably lower than a click-through rate. So I'm not sure those things work all that well. I think the initiatives are interesting, but it's just not on the publisher, it's also on the advertiser. Advertisers often have goals that really push them to advertise on places that they shouldn't, because they want to get wide distribution and they need a certain click-through rate and they need to spend their advertising dollars. So I think it's a balance between advertisers and publishers in terms of cleaning up the industry and making sure clickbait and click fraud are not big issues for us going forward.
Yeah, and then there's, and you guys have a lot of them, and unfortunately sometimes it happens where there's the 27-year-old in an agency with a spreadsheet that needs to get a YouTube count up, or Unilever's going to blow their mind. You know what I mean? Like, that's hopefully a rare incidence, but I think you can do lots of sort of specious things to get YouTube views up or to get view counts up for a particular advertiser that might not drive success, unfortunately.
Yeah. But I get back to the lean stuff. You can look at it from both sides, but I think the paradigm's just wrong. Like, if you put advertising into kind of like the backseat and say like you're a, here the kind of minor citizen, don't have really all the rights of the content. I just don't think you're going to be able to develop anything that's going to be super exciting, that's going to be engaging for what the new audiences, the millennials, actually are expecting. We need to go beyond what we all think about the web in a certain way because we grew up with the web to kind of be like desktop, and then on mobile just got smaller. But when you think about the new generations and how they communicate and live and talk through Snapchat and other similar like experiences, and I think 5 years down the road you'll have another Snapchat like thing that's going to be completely different, right? And so advertising, because of all this massive infrastructure, is like struggling to keep up with the innovation of the content design. Is struggling. So when you have a big audience, you have one app and you can design your own thing in there, then you can make it super native and something that fits in. But the problem is that you just can't do this for the whole large ecosystem. So I think these organizations, which are very important, should try to think a little bit more into the future. It's like you normally like old white guys kind of sitting on top of these organizations. They think they can solve things in a week, release a PR, stop ad blocking. It's not necessary anymore. Everything is great. They're kind of like shouting, but the world's going by. That's not where the most of the people are. So I think instead, these organizations should kind of embrace, this change and kind of try to be even more futuristic and think about how do we make this content way more portable? How do we actually adapt to kind of like this completely new world that's out there, that's being innovated today? And especially if you do something as an organization, you got to think down the line, So it's not like, solving something that, that's more for the past than for the future. So
how do we make it about the user than the advertiser?
Yeah.
If we make it about the user, the advertiser will benefit because they'll get engagement, brand lift, brand equity, and sales. But I think that's the paradigm shift. Make it about the user as opposed to the advertiser.
Yeah, look, generally speaking, it's a tough problem to solve, right? So solving creative, make it super scalable and content and stuff is way more complicated than solving the pipes for media. And this was very complicated. And, I think tremendous job was done. Big industry was built. Very important for, what we have here. But I think solving what's going through the pipes in a very good way, it's even harder problem.
All right, so we're at time. I heard a few things as to summarize, and maybe there's some others if you ever want to add anything that I might have missed. Making advertising content and treating it as content, although very transparently coming from an advertiser. Investigating the rewards and the monetization system and trying to weed out bad actors through incentivizing towards good things, creating more attractive ad formats, and just treating people as people rather than as targets or campaigns. I think those were some of the big themes. Thank you all for coming. I think we solved it all in 30 minutes, which is pretty good because we've been 21 years of banners. So now that we've got that solved, we'll go on to other things. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, gents. That was a great panel. So we're moving on now from, or we're keeping on the theme, actually, of ads that don't suck. We want to move to the world of outdoor. It's a medium that perhaps doesn't get the same kind of headlines as digital, but it certainly attracts lots of consumer attention. And we all know Times Square around the corner is the kind of mecca of outdoor advertising, so it seems perfect that we're discussing this in New York today. I'd like to welcome up our panel of experts. We have Barry Fry, CEO of the DPAA, Dan Levy, CMO of Clear Channel Americas, and we've also got Duncan McCall, CEO of PlaceIQ. Welcome them up. Wherever you want.
Slide over.
Sorry, I don't bite.
Got a microphone in your back.
Thank you. So how about, Barry, you help us kind of set the scene. When did outdoor become digitized?
Well, it's been digitized for a little bit of a while, but now it's getting tremendously exciting. And the reason for that, if I could paint a bit of a picture for the audience here, if you take a look inside the home from a media marketing perspective, what's going on, then we kind of look outside the home. And if you look inside the home, you see, of course, declining television, declining cable. You see the television services that are Netflix, HBO Go, Showtime On Demand, that don't even carry advertising. You look at desktop viewership in the home. That's down 12% in the past 2.5 years. And then desktop, you've also got the issues of fraud, viewability, and ad blocking, which none of our outdoor digital folks have. So what's going on inside, of course, newspapers, magazines, radio, I have to talk to you about that, or what's going on inside the home. But you get outside the home, people are spending 70% of their time out and about, more than ever. Millennials are eating outside at restaurants more than ever. People are in urban areas. Corporations are now moving to the big cities. They're not in the suburbs anymore. So it's become such a mobile urban society. And then you get to the kind of work that Clear Channel and Duncan are doing at PlaceIQ, and you look at how digital has empowered addressability, attribution, targeting, rich location data. It's a very exciting time outside the home.
And so let's rewind maybe a little bit then, Barry. So the DPAA stands for?
Right, so we are the Digital Place-Based Advertising Association. We are essentially the digital out-of-home trade group is how we started, and we've kind of morphed into a bit of a business accelerator, a consultant, a concierge service, but our membership includes all of the location companies, the mobile data companies, a lot of mobile companies, a lot of the digital out-of-home companies, and then many of the very innovative large out-of-home companies like Dan represents at Clear Channel that are now taking a great leadership position and are becoming so digital and offering, as you'll hear today, all of the kinds of digital attributes that we see online and we see on mobile. And it's a very exciting time for that. So we represent that whole location, data, mobile, digital out of home.
Sure. So let's move on to you then, Dan. So Clear Channel, you own a lot of the space in Times Square, for example. Digital allows you to do lots in terms of targeting, as you'd imagine. But what can you do kind of creatively with digital? What are the kind of cool things that you can do that people would actually talk about?
Right. So that's always the sexy stuff to talk about. I think it's worth noting before getting to sexy stuff that I think the digitization of out of home is not just about the screens. It's about a digital approach. It's about taking data and the insights that come from data and applying that to what has historically been a traditionally offline media. And I think what we're doing with PlaceIQ and what we're doing with data is evidence of that. That said, we can do some really cool stuff with digital displays.
Tell me the cool stuff.
We talked about a program we ran in Times Square with Coca-Cola, for example. So there's an interesting dynamic that happens when you go through Times Square, and any of you guys who want to walk through there later today, you'll see this, is people don't just walk around, they walk around by looking up, and they walk around with their phones. And you have this interesting dynamic where we have a lot of screens that have cameras that face the crowd. And so we call them a crowd cam, and we can turn them on so that people in the crowd can see themselves on screen. And so what you start to see is people who stop and they realize what they're seeing, and they go from this to this, and they start taking pictures of themselves on the screen. And so what we do with a lot of our clients is we try and fuel that and try and drive that kind of engagement. So with Coca-Cola, we ran a program where it was built around their Share a Coke program, where you could tweet a name or a photo, and you could see that content on screen. And working with them and through a partnership with Google and others, we tapped into a database of information about names. So you could text your name and you get some interesting information to show up on screen. Well, what we ended up seeing is one screen in Times Square for 3 weeks drove so much activity that was powered by this dynamic of people taking pictures and sharing it, that we then facilitate by also sending those photos back to people in their social media feeds, that we ended up generating over 3 weeks 350 million social impressions with activity in 110 countries, solely because Times Square, you got about 500,000 people going through Times Square every day, most of whom are not from New York. And so you have the ability to drive an engagement around a brand that just has a life of its own and really takes on a viral life out there beyond the confines of Times Square.
And did it sell more bottles of Coke?
Coke is an ongoing client of ours. They love the performance of it. We continue to do great programs for them.
Great. So Duncan, let's bring you into the conversation then. So PlaceIQ, it's all about kind of marrying the mobile with the outdoor world. So what is it that you do, and how and why is the mobile phone so important to outdoor advertising companies like Dan's?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think, historically, we all know we're living in this digital age now, right? The world is becoming increasingly digital, and if you look at the last decade, we're all sort of blatantly familiar with the fact that mobile, the smartphone revolution, has really taken over. And I think that if you think about that, it's a different part of this digital revolution, because for the first time ever, it's not about cookies and screens. It's about this idea that people now are moving around the world essentially with a sensor attached to them, right? And I always think of the smartphone as the first wearable. People talk about wearables, but in my mind, we've had a wearable for sort of 7-10 years, and it's a smartphone. And we know, again, another cliche, but it's worth thinking about, this idea that the smartphone really does connect physical and digital, right? So we all know a smartphone is digital. It has an identity, it has an identifier. You can access applications on it, the digital behaviors, but it also has, these sensors in it. It has, gyroscope and barometer, and it has location-aware framework. So suddenly this device knows which direction you're heading. It knows where you are. It knows when you've stopped walking. So that provides this mechanism, this connection between the digital world and the physical world. So what we do at PlaceIQ, we essentially look at the opted-in, privacy-friendly movements of about 100 million consumers in the US that we understand well, that have opted in to share location. And now we can start to understand their behaviors, where do they go, what do they do, what types of stores do they visit, what brands, and we can use that to connect to other data sets. We can connect it to television, we can connect it to credit card data. One of the really exciting things that location enables you to connect to is to out of home. So suddenly, because an out of home billboard is a physical location and a mobile device is physically location aware now, you can start to see not just people who are in Times Square or who are near a billboard, but understand who are the people who regularly commute past the highway and they're heading north and the billboard's facing south. So you can start to now take all these digital characteristics that we're familiar with in the digital world, the idea of personas and profiles and targeting and attribution, and you can apply them to physical objects like out of home. So for us, we think of out of home literally as it's just another inventory piece, the same as mobile or whatever it may be, and that now connects this in to this digital world and opens up a whole new world of new possibilities. And that, to me, is the exciting thing about mobile and the fusion of mobile and out of home.
Because one of the things I find, no offence, but hilarious about the outdoor advertising industry was the way that the effectiveness of outdoor ads and billboards used to be measured, which is literally somebody going around and ticking every time a car went past or every time a person walked past, which seems kind of really archaic in a world where Facebook and Google are getting bashed and they have all the metrics in the world. But you can kind of fight back now, right? Because you've got this mobile data. So what's happening on the measurement standpoint? And are you there yet? Are you at those kind of Facebook ComScore-esque levels of measurement?
Short answer is no, we're not at that level.
Oh.
But we're also not at the people like ticking cars as they drive
Do
by.
they still do that?
No, God, no. It's been a while.
Really? Oh.
Come on, nobody does it anymore.
We've had ratings in our industry for about 10 years now. We've been selling based on audiences for a while. It's important to keep in mind that even with all the data in the world, the most important part of out-of-home is the location itself, right? And so that's kind of our first-party data. What we've been doing, whether it's Clear Channel working with the Place IQ or the industry itself through Geopath is the audience measurement arm of the industry, what we've been doing is leveraging GPS data, cellular data, data that measures the actual movement of vehicles on the road, like companies like INRIX have access to real-time data about movement of vehicles, pulling that all together into a much more contemporary way of measuring the audiences. We're on the early part of a process as an industry right now, where over the next 2 years, we're going to be bringing that real-time measurement to out-of-home. What we're doing now at Clear Channel is trying to bridge that. So we have our audience measurement that allows us to quantify the demographics and the volume of the audience we're reaching. What we're doing with Place IQ is looking at behaviors, because that's ultimately what matters in the real world, is not just the difference between two 18 to 49-year-olds couldn't be more different if you think about their behaviors. An 18-year-old, my son, couldn't be more, I'm 51, so I'm just out of that demo. We couldn't be more different in terms of our behavior, but in terms of traditional demographics, we're in the same group.
Sure.
Right? What we're doing is saying, well, what's more important is not the age, it's more what people do. And that's, I think, where we're bringing the kind of Facebook and online and digital approach to out-of-home, is by saying, yes, we can reach an important large audience, but we can do it with a degree of specificity to be able to target specific behaviors and specific types of consumers.
And are you close as an industry to getting towards a kind of universal targeting method? So in the same way that TV's bought in GRPs, whatever it might be, can I buy audiences across, say, Clear Channel and, I don't know, Prime Site, for example, in the UK? Is that what Geopath is all about? Or?
Well, Geopath's for the US.
Okay.
So it's hard to do across countries. But any measured out-of-home media in the United States can report on the same audiences, the same demographic information. It's why it's done as an industry currency. It's why it's done across all measured media.
But you think of this concept of audience buying, right? People-based marketing, whatever you want to call it. Then today, really, the ability exists, stretch it a little bit to be able to say, we can now define an audience from a whole set of behaviors. It could be credit card, car purchase, physical behavior in the world. And we could define that audience across mobile, across display, across TV, and across out of home. And we could sequentially message them. All of that exists. I think my observation has been the challenge is not technology and capabilities, it's industry acceptance and adoption of really moving towards one-to-one marketing and people-based marketing.
Is that possible, though? I mean, if you look at Times Square, for example, it's millions of people from all different countries visit every single day, and what you guys seem to be positing is this idea of one-to-one messaging, like banner ads.
It's never going to be one-to-one.
Right.
So Minority Report will not happen.
What's the point of getting this granular with the data then?
It's about accuracy. And it's about efficiency. So an advertiser who runs spots on Lifetime Network trying to reach women is also reaching men, but they're doing it in a way that creates the greatest efficiency for the buy. We're trying to bring the same approach to out of home. You're never going to have a one-to-one delivery, but if you can make the decisions about the locations where your ad is placed based on a higher degree of certainty that you're reaching the kind of target that you want to reach as a marketer, it's just bringing that same approach that you can get in the TV world and the online world now to out of home, but it's never going to be one-to-one.
Sure, and wastage isn't always a bad thing, because sometimes you can reach men that liked a particular product that you didn't think.
Exactly.
So getting back onto this point then around kind of people-based marketing, and particularly the mobile being used as the kind of mechanism for collecting that data, for monitoring that data. That sounds great if I work for Clear Channel and I'm trying to prove my worth to an advertising agency and why you should be spending all your budget there. And as a marketer, it sounds great because I need to prove to my CFO that I just spent 10 million with Clear Channel and it reached the right people. As a consumer, it might feel a little bit off that these billboards are kind of watching you through your, tracking you through your phone. It feels a little bit kind of minority reporty. What are you doing to kind of mitigate that? Because there's clearly people that could abuse this amount of data. So
well, there's two buckets, and these guys can drill down to the specifics. But on one bucket, there's no person identifiable information that's even looked at, given, used, et cetera. Everything is aggregated, everything's anonymized. And then I'm sure Duncan and Dan can drill down even further than that. And then the other side, what ends up happening is that the consumers end up getting more relevant advertising. And that's a real key important thing too, is that if you're getting more relevant advertising, it means more for you, it's more efficient for your time, for your energy, and it helps to inform your purchase as well.
Yeah, I think to build on that, right, as Barry says, you've got this concept of there's no PII, this is opted-in data. As it pertains to mobile data, you can opt out. Everybody, I think, even now has an understanding of where you can opt out of these things on a phone.
You think?
I think they do. It's been on the Daily Show, it's on the Today Show, and I saw recently, and I think another thing that's very important is the reason I feel very confident about sort of the future of this industry is, Apple obviously is a very important component of this, is owning the operating system. Recently, Apple launched in their most recent version of iOS that if you actually opt out of advertising, all the identifier is zeroed out.
That's never the limit ad tracking.
Exactly. That's important because it's never happened before. Normally, there's just a flag attached, right? So it means if you go on your phone and you say, "I'm opting out," you are opted out. No ifs, ands, or buts. So the ultimate control is with the consumer. But I also think the other way to look at it is this is a new world we're living in, right? And these things have happened very, very rapidly. And you start to think of, okay, well, this is consumer data that's being used with consent, but do consumers really understand? I think that's a valid point. But I look at the parallels of, let's take the credit card industry, where for decades, the credit card industry has been using that data to target. It was originally direct mail, now it's online, et cetera. And consumers are comfortable with that. There's a value prop there. They opt in to be able to do that. So I think this new mobile data is going to be no different. There's a period of education and acceptance, and I don't know where we are in that. I think towards the middle or the end, but I just view it as people are going to see this is another type of data. I am consenting to share it. I know how to not share it, and I understand there's an ecosystem that creates value from it.
I'm not sure the logic follows, though, that the data that's being tracked from my behavior on my mobile phone is informing the outdoor advertising I see. And also, I get the limit ad tracking thing, but if I'm on an Android phone, where do I go to opt out? It's not kind of obvious who, with an ad blocker or something, it's easy. You can switch on AdBlock Plus and there you go. You're all done.
Yeah, look, I think you can say the data that you have opted into sharing with credit card companies has been planning communities, out-of-home television advertising, and I would argue, I might be wrong, but I would actually argue that there's more transparency and clear consent in digital than there is. I don't know where I go to opt out of sharing my data with my credit card. So you're right, it's not perfect yet. We have a long way to go, but I think the industry has been pretty aggressive in trying to educate consumers, but it's going to take some time before people feel comfortable and really educated.
I think that's what's key is I think we're in a bit of a generational shift where the three of us grew up in a time where this notion of data was a new thing that we had to get used to. I have an 18-year-old son. He thinks it's the coolest thing in the world that Google is following him because he gets value out of that. Because
has he said that to you?
No, absolutely. Well? No. Well, he's got dad is a marketing and data geek, so we talk about this.
Father, son,
yeah, exactly. Well, and he loves the fact that he can pull out his phone and Google has looked at what he has on his calendar coming up and given him suggestions. It's a value exchange, right? For us, it's a new type of value. For him, he's growing up with it. He doesn't question it. Also, he knows how to control it. The other thing that I just want to make sure is 100% clear, the reason we're working with Place IQ is because they are 100% above board. All of our partners that we work with, we vetted to make sure that they're 100% compliant with industry regulations, with government regulations. We take privacy very seriously, and to be 100% clear, we're not putting structures or devices on our structures. We're not following consumers. We're not tracking people. What we're doing
is that front-facing camera. You're not. doing anything legit with it.
All we do with that is show the people on the screens. There's no data capture from that. We're not looking at the faces to try and determine age or no. What we're doing is creating a better consumer experience, right? And what we're doing with data is all about leveraging an existing data ecosystem. We're not tracking you as you walk through Times Square. We're saying, let's look at the billions and billions and billions of ad calls that Duncan's team has access to, along with the tens of thousands of apps that they have background data on, and say, what do we learn from that? Let's analyze that data and say, who can we understand is going past those boards? What's the behavior they exhibit, and how can we use that data to help our clients do a better job of leveraging our media? It's not about knowing that you went by a board.
Got it. So I think it's kind of fair to say that we've established that outdoor advertising is kind of well and truly digital now, whether it be the delivery method or whether it be the targeting or the measurement afterwards. One thing I wanted to ask though, when you look at the latest kind of ad spend figures for the US and you look at spending on outdoor advertising, it's in growth, which is great. Newspapers aren't, so it's good to be a traditional medium that's showing it's going that way. But it's a kind of single digit percentage growth compared to, say, digital, which encompasses lots of things, and everyone argues on the definition, which is in double-digit percentage growth. So why aren't the two kind of at parallel? What's the kind of difference between the two? Why is there this kind of vast chasm?
Well, I could address a couple of things on that. One is, we talked about the timing of how it gets and where. I think the first spam mail internet ad was served like in the late 70s, and the first banner ad was probably served, I think it was 92, 93 or something. So the digital incursion into this business is really relatively young. And I think we're ramping up pretty quick. And to that point, and look, of course, too, unlike the internet where anybody can build another website, a lot of the out-of-home takes some CapEx, it takes rights issues, land issues, municipality elements. So the build is not as quick as just opening up a website. Yet at the same time, what I would say is, and we track, because we are kind of essentially the Digital Out-of-Home Association, we track in the past year that the digital element of out-of-home is up 8 and 9%, and we're actually looking for double digits for next year of the digital part. So that area is growing very nicely.
I think it's a matter of, like, you're at a point in time where you're looking at things, and if you take a further enough step back, I think what you'll see is we're on a trajectory for significantly stronger growth moving forward. Digital right now, digital growth in out-of-home is growing significantly faster than traditional for all the reasons we're talking about, right? The reality is there's only about 6,000 digital bulletins that are out there across the country. So what we're trying to do is say, yes, digital displays are really, really valuable, and they reach huge audiences, and you can do all kinds of amazing things with them. But what's more actionable for us and for our clients is to say, let's take a digital orientation to the business and say, let's take the same approach that you're doing in digital and mobile. The things that are driving that is the data, right? And the insights that come from the data. And so that's our bet here, is if we can bring the data to this world, we can drive that growth significantly faster. And what we're seeing is we're opening the door to new money, and that's where growth comes from. The 4%,
so you're not stealing spend from another kind of form of media?
Oh, absolutely.
It's additional growth?
Oh, no, we are absolutely bringing more money and new money into the space. So the out-of-home space is chugging along nicely, and the out-of-home dollars that are coming in are fairly consistently coming from a combination of local spend and the national out-of-home agencies. What we're doing now with, for example, with what we're doing with Duncan's company and what Barry's been doing as far as an advocate for the overall space is saying, you're trying to reach an audience as a marketer. It's not about the form of the advertising. And if you're thinking about reaching people out in the real world on that daily customer journey, and you're trying to influence people with location-targeted marketing, you have to think about out-of-home. And we don't care whether that comes from an out-of-home budget or a digital budget or a mobile budget. And in fact, a lot of the business we're doing these days is coming from those mobile budgets and those digital budgets. I think if we have this conversation next year, 2 years, 3 years, you'll start to see a significantly greater trajectory. Not a hockey stick, but we've been around for over 100 years as an industry, so it's hard to push to a hockey stick 100 years.
Lara, we're releasing our survey of U.S. media planners. We survey hundreds of planners across the year, and the budgets for out-of-home are now coming from digital, from mobile, and also from television. Because of the video and the impression nature of what's going on, as Dan indicated, that's where we're seeing a lot of share shifting going on. It's very exciting.
So we've probably got time for just one more question now, so I thought we'd end on more of a kind of fun one. Let's get our crystal balls out and look towards the future. And I mentioned kind of Minority Report earlier, and you see these kind of outdoor ads that seem to recognise, Lara as a person and target me with something that I need right this second. maybe more realistically, we're looking at a world where mobile penetration is going up. We're seeing new technologies like AR and VR, self-driving cars. So when we look ahead to kind of 2020, 2050, where do you see the outdoor kind of advertising industry going?
Yeah, I often think that you start to think about the idea of VR, which is sort of having a second coming, and I don't know if 10 years everybody's going to be wandering around with headsets. That may present an opportunity or a threat to out of home, I'm not sure, but I don't think that's completely likely. I think augmented reality is going to be interesting to see how that evolves. Might be, again, it'll be another big change for sort of out of home, might be a tremendously compelling opportunity. So for me, I think that the stuff that I get excited about actually is not necessarily the interactive stuff. I really like out of home, the sort of blends in the environment and makes you stop and think. I always see the one in London, the classic one. I think it's reasonably well known, where it's BA, and they just show, it's just this typical sort of BA advertising done very well, whereby they just have a billboard somewhere and they put it in a flight path. And they see the planes, distant planes going by, and they have this kid, in wonderment looking at the first plane going, that plane's going to Tenerife, that plane's going to Africa. And just the idea of combining just something, it's not gimmicky, it's just done really well. So for me, I think, with all the things we're talking about, technology and everything's evolving, the idea of taking sort of out of home and rooting it in the physical environment it's in, but connecting it to these other experiences, for me, I'm excited to see more of that. That's what really makes me really bullish about out of home.
Barry?
Well, certainly the VR and the AR will come together, as Duncan indicated, and I think we don't have to wait that far out. We have members now, Quivity and AdMobilize, that are doing visual detection, and what they're doing is on screens, they've got cameras, and they understand the audience, the demographic, even the engagement, how much you're looking at the screen, in addition to, are you smiling? Are you ready to embrace the ad, and what does that mean? And I think, like I mentioned earlier, what happens for the consumers that are busy being active and populated out of a home and in urban environments, it makes for better, more relevant, better experiential advertising that connects better. And as I've been saying, I think if marketers and advertisers spending a lot of time and energy speaking to people inside the home, that's really fast becoming yesterday's business.
And I think there's a tremendous difference between 2020 and 2050.
You're right.
But I mean, 2020, you're talking about programmatically transacting certainly the majority of activity in the space.
Is that happening already? I heard Google were doing some interesting stuff in that space. Are people using automated systems now?
We'll talk to you in about a week.
Okay.
So yes, it's happening for sure. We are very aggressively pursuing bringing more automation, smoothing the workflow, and transitioning, leveraging the data that we have to transition to an audience-based kind of data-informed buy. That's happening today. I think that's fully operationalized by 2020. 2050, to me, I think what you're going to start to see in the relatively near future, but it'll really happen over the next couple decades, is our displays going from not being thought of as ad locations to a point in an engagement with a customer throughout their daily journey. And your ad can go in here, your message can be here, but your message could be triggered from here to display on a device, whether that device is something in your pocket or that you're wearing. And I do think, I wouldn't put a time on it, but
I was just about to ask, how far off?
I think in the next 20, 30 years, you will absolutely see an embrace of wearable devices where we fix the fundamental problem right now with these things in the real world, which is you always have to do what I just did. You have to take it out, you have to power it on, you have to find the right app and take an action. I think when we get to the point where you have heads-up displays where you can actually take the promise of Google Glass, which was such a horrible execution, but the idea of that, to be able to augment your life and go through the world and be able to see information to help you navigate and do what you want to do, out of home plays a fundamental role in that, just because we're a distribution point for information, whether it's in the real world or just through data.
So outdoor is a really exciting space, lots to come. Everybody, if you could give a big round of applause to our panel here. Thanks very much, gents. I'll let you go off. And so now we're heading to our break. If you can make sure you're back here by 4. We've got lots coming up this afternoon. We've got the CTO of Airbnb. We have Hyperloop. We've got Barry Diller in the house. So make sure you don't miss it. Back here at 4. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Business Insider Senior Correspondent Steve Kovac.
Hey everyone, I'm Steve. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the evening, and I wanted to start with something really fun, and that's video games. Esports is actually a thing. It's becoming $1 billion business. Yes, people actually watch other people play video games. People make a lot of money doing this. So I'm bringing out two experts to explain this rising phenomenon. We have Peter Moore, the Chief Competition Officer from EA, and Kevin Lin, the COO of Twitch. So come on out, guys. I'll take the far side. All right. Esports.
Yes, sir.
This is a real thing. We were talking backstage how this
We're only
is probably,
slightly insulted that you had to say that. That's fine.
How this is the most undertold, underreported media business out there right now. It's, some estimates up to $1 billion. So I mean, I guess my first question will be to either of you, whoever wants to jump in. How did this become a thing? Why is this so popular, and who's doing it?
Well, certainly Kevin can jump in, but it's been a thing for a long time. Certainly at EA, we've used both our Madden franchise and our FIFA franchise to put gamers together competitively as a marketing event. And that's been going on for 10, 12 years. In the last few years, you've seen scale. You've seen games that have been built for competitive gaming. The most famous, I think probably everybody's aware of, League of Legends.
Well, they're probably not aware of it.
Well, I'm sure everybody's heard of League of Legends because 100 million people played League of Legends last month. People in your homes are playing League of Legends, Dota 2 and Counter-Strike Go. And then, of course, you've got console games such as we produce. But this is rapidly, for the young males of the millennial generation, become their sports. The proponents of these games are their athletes. They do not go in the living room to watch programs that they have to wait for on the couch to start. They think that's ridiculous. They're in their bedrooms, they're in their studies, they've got two screens going, they've got Twitch going on one, they're texting strategy to their friends, they're ready to go live.
They're commenting.
They're ready to go at 8 o'clock when the team gets together to go take on some quest. And it truly is both an opportunity for traditional sports to embrace, and we can talk about that, but also a threat to traditional sports from an engagement and viewing perspective as we think of the next few years.
And so Kevin, your platform, Twitch, I mean, this is the venue that people usually watch these kinds of sports on. Why don't you talk a little bit about how that came about? I know Twitch didn't even start as a video game streaming company.
Yeah, so this, it's funny because we always have to talk about, yes, people actually watch people play video games, but in fact, it's something we've been habituated to do since consoles really came out, right? When Atari, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis, two-player machines, and oftentimes more than two players playing. And you experience this through high school, through college, and as this generation grew up, you're sitting there either playing or watching your friends playing, and you're smack talking, you're competitive, and you're constantly engaged whether you're playing or not. And so Twitch is really just the translation of that online. So Twitch is a live global video platform. We call it social video, where chat and engagement around the video is as much of the experience as just watching the video itself. But it came about, we originally were Justin TV, live video platform for the whole world, free to use, free to watch.
This was the early days before Facebook Live
2007, 2008. Started with one man, Justin Kahn, who decided to stream his life 24/7, which was an interesting idea. And then we decided we wanted to take it in a different direction. So we latched onto our own passions. We were less than 10 people at the time, of video games.
And did you notice a lot of people just happened to be showing themselves play video games? Like, ooh, this is interesting.
It was definitely starting to happen then. Yeah, I'd say first on YouTube, right, in VOD format. People would upload videos on demand for people to watch, whether they were for education or for fun. And we just translated that into the live world.
So let's talk a little bit about the demographics. So when I think of an esports player or esports viewer, I think young millennial men, maybe even younger generation Z, 15 and under maybe, and that's about it. Is that accurate? Is that the bulk of the audience? And if so, can that expand beyond to be a more mainstream audience?
I think so right now, but one of the things that we at EA are working on certainly is bringing more of a mass market approach with our sports franchises, which are a little easier to understand than MOBAs, massive online battle arena games.
Right,
That,
so this
that are
is
complex.
stuff people know. Madden football,
This is Madden
FIFA
football,
soccer.
FIFA, NHL, the sports games that we have. I think both the attraction to the young millennial males as well as the challenge is that the games that they play are complex. The games that they watch, and about 40% of people who watch esports actually don't play the games, which is an interest. They love watching it, they don't actually play. And very similar, actually, traditional sports.
Right.
I love the NFL. I've never played in the NFL, and I've never played football, but I love watching it. But I think, to your question, I think for the most part, I think the secret is bringing more mass market games to more of a mass market that they can play and engage. The other challenge a little bit is that the skill set and the dedication required to play these games competitively and professionally is right now the domain of young men who have the time and have the energy and the dedication and almost the hand-eye coordination. We're seeing, and Kevin sees this more than me, is that the people playing it in their early 20s, and then when you reach at a professional level, 25, 26, you're over the hill. Mm-hmm. You think about retiring then because you can't keep up with the kids.
Right, you actually
you
can
cannot
age
keep
out,
up.
just like a
Yeah.
baseball player might age out.
More like swimming and gymnastics, where you kind of age out. A lot of it is to do with the amount of dedication, time, training that you have
How
to
much
put into
Mountain
it.
Dew you're chugging.
See, there goes the stereotype. But a lot of it is the hand-eye coordination and just keeping up with the strategy of the game.
Yeah, and that's something I was going to touch on this later, but it kind of segues into something I want to ask you about, and that's the kind of darker side of esports. So very popular, the stakes are high, the prize money is high, and there have been reports and stories about people, there is doping, there's cheating, and you think, how does someone dope on esports? I mean, can you guys talk a little bit about that?
Adderall and Ritalin.
Adderall, I've even heard marijuana.
Depends on what game you're playing.
Yeah, it depends on what game you're playing. So I mean, how do you guys, when you guys are, so EA is doing a lot of tournaments now, how do you combat that? Is there drug testing like there is in professional regular sports? I mean, how do you guys combat that?
As with traditional sports, you've got all of the things you said. There's gambling involved, typically outside of the US, so there's match fixing, there is drug taking for alertness, amphetamines, Ritalin and Adderall are tested for. There is cheating because a lot of the qualifiers are online, and you're looking for people who are looking to exploit the game,
right.
and without somebody looking over their shoulders or a crowd watching them. So no different than and because there's big money involved, and no different than traditional sports, you get all of that. At EA, we've developed codes of conduct for people who enter our tournaments, and we've developed those, and you have to sign those, because the one thing, and Kevin can attest this, there's got to be integrity in the game experience. If somehow the gamer feels that in some way that people are exploiting or cheating them, there's no integrity, that the entire ecosystem falls apart. The integrity of the game, that you are on a fair playing field, is critical to the growth of this business.
And just like regular physical sports too, that's what. So talk about what the audience wants, Kevin. So you guys are feeding the audience these tournaments. Talk a little bit about the integrity and maybe what kinds of games people are also gravitating towards. Are they going towards still these massive multiplayer online games, or are they going towards? Are you seeing stuff like from Peter's company start to bubble up too?
Yeah, absolutely. On the integrity point, you got to remember, esports has really only been around for 20 years-ish, and realistically only about 6 since this sort of second run of esports. So a lot of the work that needs to get done from a governance perspective is still happening. And it's going to take all the parts of the ecosystem, from the game companies, platforms. Obviously, we care about it. Speaking about the audience, they desire that integrity as well. They want to know that what they're watching is real. It's something that they can personally achieve, right? That's sort of the beauty, the aspiration of competitive gaming is anybody can play. But then team owners, players, all the other parts in between really need to come up with agreeable rules of conduct for players, really one-strike policies, right? The only way to really keep the game clean is if you have that. But you still see it in traditional sports, right? All the controversy is still there, the cheating, the gambling, the doping. Olympics, it happens. So it's not that it's not that easy to tease out, but I think esports has a particularly unique opportunity to set a really good tone there. But in terms of what the audience wants, variety is huge on Twitch. Esports is what a lot of people talk about, but casual games work, retro games work. Super Mario Brothers, people do speedrunning competitions sometimes, or they're just streaming their regular gameplay. I mean, the fact is you can stream what you are doing anyway. Whatever game you're playing, if you're entertaining or educational or funny, you can draw an audience, and that's what they want. They want that depth of connection, and that's one unique thing about esports is the players are available, readily available for you to talk to and engage with, and even play along with. I mean, if you could actually watch, we were talking earlier, LeBron James scrimmage, or analyze a replay, or just talk about what he thinks about while he's on the court, people would probably tune in for that. And then one step further, actually being able to go and play with the guy, that's what you get in esports. And that's a part of the ecosystem that is not to be undervalued. That's that depth of connection with the audience.
So let's talk about the audience size. I mean, you probably have better numbers on this than anyone. What's a good audience size for one of these tournaments?
Oh, I mean, some of them hit tens of millions over the course. That's total uniques that tuned in.
Okay, what about like a concurrent live stream?
Yeah, concurrents you'll see in the millions, low millions, and that's a global audience. But we see that pretty frequently now. So whether it's League of Legends or Dota, you're starting to see audience grow, particularly. Well, it's very distributed. I mean, our audience is about 30%, 35% North America, 35% Europe, and then about 20% APAC, and then Latin America is growing. So it is a very global audience, and they're interacting with the content at the same time. They're staying up till 4 a.m. and you're still tuning in. So you're starting to see people really gravitate towards that really deep engaging experience. I mean, people are spending 2 hours a day on average watching content in general. During some of these tournaments, they're watching 8 to 12 hours a day.
Wow, and just have it on just constantly.
Leave it on.
And it's not just online. I know you guys at EA are working on more physical tournaments, having people fill up stadiums. I remember last summer, summer of 2015, Madison Square Garden was full of thousands of people for a League of Legends tournament. That's where the Knicks play and the Rangers play, and people are here cheering them on in real time. So why don't you talk a little bit about how EA is trying to capitalize on that?
Yeah, and we're still building our community. So this past weekend I was in Los Angeles. We did the Madden Classic. It was live on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook Live. The NFL Network covered it live. And interestingly, Univision were there with a crew because they see a huge opportunity to engage with a young male Hispanic demographic here in America that is, again, they've got to go get. And this is the common theme we're hearing from broadcasters, from consumer brands, is how do we get to this young male that is no longer in the living room, sat on the couch waiting for a television program to start, and therefore watching television advertising. So we were in studio. There are several layers and tiers of this event. We were in studio creating a made-for-TV type event with our great partners ESL. Twitch was there, and we were broadcasting live. We will have bigger arena events down the road. As Kevin and I know that they're not inexpensive, but they're aspirational. Because I want everybody to think of competitive gaming as a pyramid, and esports is the very peak of that pyramid, but there are tens of millions of young men primarily that are playing wanting to be there. And the monetization levels and the engagement levels we have are immense at the bottom of the pyramid. No different than traditional sports. I always give the analogy, I was born and bred in Liverpool in England, and I was going to play for Liverpool. No, I wasn't, right. But my dad bought me boots, and my dad bought me shin guards, and millions were like me. Games. And I went to games, and I was monetized by the sport, and there were millions of me. And that is the analogy we use here. Our vision at EA is to make stars out of all of our players and to make them feel special and reward them accordingly. The events that you're referring to are aspirational, as it is me going to a Premier League game when I was a kid and thinking I could play here one day. Madison Square Garden, there are millions of kids practicing League of Legends and hopefully Madden, saying, I could play there one day. The aspiration is no different in competitive gaming that it is in traditional sports.
And that's a perfect segue. So the massive audience is there, it's growing. there's already money being thrown around, but how do you make this even a bigger business? How do you monetize these people? What kind of ad deals? What do ads even look like on this? Maybe Kevin, you could start with that just on Twitch.
So a lot of the traditional entertainment models apply. Today, advertising is probably the largest chunk, depends on what report you read, of how the industry monetizes now. There's now also subscriptions. So not payment-gated subscriptions, but people are actually paying to engage with the content further. Then there's donations, there's sponsorships, there's event-based ticketing, merchandise, food and beverage, but there's also in-game items, and that's a really big part of the ecosystem that is, I think, underutilized right now. You look at one of the biggest tournaments in the world, it's only 2 weeks long, called the International. It's a Dota 2 game by Valve, and they create this item called the Compendium. It's $9.99. You buy it, and 25% of that goes towards the prize pool. And the prize pool's gone up from the very first International was $1.7 million. It is now $21 million a year and climbing. Last year it was 18. So that means the top team walks away with $7 million, $8 million. 5 players, typically average age is like 18 years old, right?
What could go wrong there?
What could go wrong? And that 21 million that goes to the prize, you got to remember the game companies is making 60 million on top of that, right? And
from the in-purchase.
From the in-game item purchasing, so no brand sales, nothing. And that is a very unique piece that I think game companies and esports really have that help diversify the revenue. And it's obviously
beyond just
big,
advertising.
it's obviously a big potential, big numbers there.
Now, Peter, I know you're working with more traditional advertisers as well. Is there anyone so far, I know it's early still for you guys, but is there anyone who's stood out? Do you have any examples of people who have done interesting things?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of partners that we've had for many years that love in-game advertising. They love our core demographic and the innovative ways in which they can engage through the game.
And when you say in-game advertising, that's if I'm playing Madden on the sidelines, there's a Coca-Cola ad or something.
Even more than that, there will be, I mean, the things we do will typically be not just impressions with those but how do we go to retail and digital codes under caps that you buy a Coca-Cola and you get a code to an NFL player download as part of Ultimate Team. And that is huge for us. The traditional brands that have always been involved in video games, the Mountain Dews, the Doritos, for better or worse.
Really playing to that stereotype.
That's where I was going, for better or worse, if you will, continue to invest, and they've been great supporters of the brand. The company that impresses me most right now is Coca-Cola, and they've invested in not only actually putting money behind sponsorships, but building divisions, esports division, with the head Matt Wolf, who's been a big proponent of this for many years, now driving Coca-Cola and all of their sub-brands involvement. Coca-Cola realizes, as I mentioned earlier, that the traditional model that Kevin referred to is no longer working, of television advertising, particularly this time of year. You think of the holidays and you think of Coca-Cola TV commercials with
the polar bears.
Yeah. Well, that's not working anymore. And I was looking at data today that says Coke and Pepsi, the consumer is aging. And they're both very aware that they've got to, if you will, go into the bedroom and go engage with the young men via a Twitch stream or YouTube on demand and engage with these consumers. And so they're investing heavily but smartly in supporting, because this is an interesting challenge we have, the dichotomy of money coming in, big consumer brands coming in, is often seen as a negative by the players. We're the beneficiary of a lot of endemic brands. Intel does a great job, Samsung does a great job and has done for years. Those brands are perceived as endemic and supporting. You play with their equipment. When the non-endemic brands come in, there's often a little nervousness from this massive community of, well, they're just coming in to exploit a large, if you will, consumer base, and what are they doing for us? So there's interesting challenges that the brands have coming in that we are working with them to make sure that they're seen as adding value and supporting competitive gaming rather than simply taking advantage of competitive gaming.
Yeah, I want Kevin to talk a little about that. We've talked about this before, how this is can be a finicky type audience. They're very used to, they don't want to feel like they're being pandered to. So when advertisers want to come to these platforms, what do they have to keep in mind in order to not anger the audience and turn them away?
Yeah, it's just about being it's really just about understanding the audience, right? What we're seeing, as Peter mentioned at Coke, a lot of brands that are very interested in the space are building entire divisions that are hired from the community, people that are gamers, that maybe participated in a particular esport, that can help craft a message and a marketing plan that really resonates, and that's really, really critical. There are stereotypes in gaming that you have to be sensitive to. There are overly forced messages that doesn't resonate. Remember, this audience is 90% of the Twitch audience has a Netflix subscription or a Hulu subscription or an Amazon Video subscription, not a cable subscription. And so they're not used to that kind of steady beat of commercials and being
They don't want to
marketed
be interrupted.
They don't mind being interrupted because they know that the broadcasters earn revenue from that. Right, so that is an interesting thing. What we've seen some brands do now, though, is actually bring our influence or some of our top broadcasters into the commercials themselves and let them deliver that authentic message. But there's lots of different ways to do it. It's really just about engaging with the game companies, engaging with the distribution platforms, the teams, the tournaments that you want to sponsor, and listening to them and hearing their ideas and maybe not exactly literally translating their ideas into your brand, but kind of merging those two theses, right? Coke has a very clear message that they want to send to their broad global audience, but to dial it in to the gaming world it takes a lot of education, a lot of open-mindedness, and a lot of experimentation.
Do you see, I know to some degree this is happening with graphics cards companies, and like you mentioned, Samsung sponsoring a team. This team is sponsored, they wear the hat with the logo. Do you see other brands starting to get into that and wanting to sponsor teams, either of you?
Yes, but to Kevin's point, they have to be very careful that it's not just seen as logo slapping.
Right.
And you logo slap and you don't add value other than writing a check, then you fall into the challenge of the community backing away and saying, why are you here? They do get and they do enjoy the fact and will accept the fact that they're watching a commercial as part of a Twitch stream because they know the streamer needs to gain revenue somehow to pay his or her overhead and to make a living. And so there's a very clear acceptance of that. But once the big consumer brands come in, and they will, and they are, they have to come in very carefully and think through how they want to interact with the audience and be seen, not just perceived, but to be seen providing concrete support and concrete investment in building out competitive gaming for the long term, rather than come in, logo slap on a competition and walk out again.
So do you guys see an opportunity, that for a non-traditional esports advertiser to slap the logo? Do you see?
Yeah, I think it's exactly like Peter was saying. The opportunity right now is tremendous because it's a growing industry. And any brand that comes in today and shows their support will be forever beloved in the eyes of the audience, and the audience is only going to get bigger. So if you craft the right message, if you work with the right brands, whether it's at, again, there's many parts of the ecosystem you can work with. You got to figure out what part resonates well with your marketing plan. But if you get that right, whether it's a logo on a jersey or otherwise, what a lot of the folks want to do in esports is really help amplify the message correctly. Nissan's a really good example. They sponsored a few teams last year as a test, but they had a very long view on it, right? They didn't come in just to do a quick one-off branding exercise and then leave. But what they got from that brand was this great social engagement. So it was a holiday campaign, and the number of chat messages involving the word Nissan and the number of Twitter impressions and retweets were in the millions. And that was an unexpected result from Nissan. They thought, okay, great, we're gonna get some imagery. Hopefully these guys win a trophy and we get a picture of them hoisting the trophy. But they got all this online conversation around it, and understanding that and the quality of that is really critical. So there's some sentiment analyses companies that are helping out with that. But there's a lot of stuff you can do that for relatively low cost compared to what you might do in sports, reach way more people. But again, the authenticity is there, or has to be there. But the opportunity right now is very, very good. You look at Coke. Coke, having been one of the first big non-endemic sponsors in the space, sponsoring one of the biggest leagues, is now everyone knows Coke Esports is a thing. Right? And the Coke Esports Twitter has way more activity than the Coca-Cola Twitter.
Oh, wow. Yeah. More followers or just more engagement, you mean?
I don't think it quite has as many followers yet, but the engagement is something like 10x.
Mm-hmm. And they're probably real people, not bots or anything like that. So I want to talk about growing this audience. We know it's huge. We know it's a certain demographic. Peter, your theory has been, and we've talked about this, is EA has traditional football games and hockey games and so forth, so people understand it. But why would someone want to watch a virtual version of hockey or football or something when the real thing is also on television?
And therein lies the conundrum.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge opportunity for us, particularly with our FIFA franchise. We look at our servers, FIFA is sold and played in 180 countries of this world.
It's your biggest game, or one of them.
By far the biggest sports game in the world. And of course it's soccer, so it reaches and touches, and particularly here in the US, which is our biggest growing country. So we have both this opportunity for anybody who doesn't even understand competitive gaming to sit and watch two really good FIFA players play at it is an entertaining viewing experience. Unlike, quite frankly, the MOBAs, where if you don't understand League of Legends or you don't understand Dota 2, you sense something's going on, but you're not quite sure what is going on. The flip side of having a mass market game like FIFA is that we're competing with the real thing. And there's great soccer to watch, there's great NFL action to watch as well. So we have to find the right balance of making it entertaining, but also making it engaging for a player. And typically on any given year, between 27 and 32 million people will buy a copy of FIFA and play. And then the pass-along effect, and then the network effect of that. And I think our challenge is how do we start to mass marketize that, make it more engaging, start to build heroes, which is something we should talk about, of the best FIFA players in the world.
Create new athletes, new celebrities.
I mean, the Ballon d'Or is next week, and Ronaldo and Messi, and how do we get our top FIFA players to be on the same podiums as the traditional players?
Is there a Ronaldo of FIFA?
There is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're everywhere, and it's very like soccer. It's incredibly tribal. There's the best British players, there's the best German players, the best Italian players, and we culminate in the FIFA Interactive World Cup. But I think that the onus is upon us: is how do we, over the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, as we build to Russia 2018 World Cup, Qatar in 2022, how do we move along with that and build our community onwards with those massive beats of the World Cup coming every 4 years?
Now, do you think that could also be a platform issue? Whereas Twitch, we know what kind of audience is there. It's a dedicated, typically gamer audience. I mean, would you consider moving on to traditional television, Facebook Live, Twitter Live, anything like that you guys could expand your audience that way?
Well, our broadcast arrangements right now, both for our NFL and FIFA franchises, have both what I'll call traditional broadcasts, and it's a different, and I'll explain why. But primarily we go where the audience is, and that is the streaming platforms, that is Twitch. This past weekend we were live on Facebook Live, we were on YouTube. So our broadcast mixture looks very different than you would imagine if you were a traditional brand looking to publish something to a wide audience. We are very focused on being able to not just broadcast, but engage in real time. Twitch does that brilliantly with social chat that sits right alongside the screen. But the NFL Network was there, Univision was there, as I mentioned. In the case of FIFA, the global broadcast interest in broadcasting FIFA video game tournaments is monstrous. So, the big guns, you might imagine, the Sky Sports, the Canal Pluses of this world, all looking with great interest of how they can complement their very expensive soccer sponsorships, whether it's the Bundesliga, the English Premier League, Liga in France, Serie A in Italy, La Liga in Spain. How can they then engage through either shoulder programming that sits right alongside? And in fact, the more progressive soccer clubs have started signing esports competitors to wear their actual kit. So even if they're not playing FIFA, they're playing League of Legends. Schalke in Germany, Wolfsburg in Germany, West Ham United in Manchester City and Liverpool have all signed young esports players as players on the club who wear their uniform whilst they're playing, because they know they can engage in a different way with a different audience simply by that platform.
And these are the people who might not always be watching Twitch. Is that fair to say? These people who are involved in these traditional sports games, not necessarily.
Well, but yes and no. But the example I brought up there is showing that the traditional sports clubs and leagues and teams are very now aware.
They know it's a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
Not only is it a thing, it's a threat. And so sometimes the idea of keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer would apply here, in which you saw the Philadelphia 76ers a month ago purchase two teams and merge them into one. and which I think was an incredibly smart move, because do they, and knowing Scott O'Neill well, do they have a real thought out strategy of how this is going to work? No. Do they know they need to be involved in a first mover, and have they received great credit and plaudits? Yes, they have, because they're embracing this potential threat and making it an opportunity for them. And we're seeing instances of clubs and people involved in traditional sports making large investments in teams and leagues as a result.
So ESPN has been exploring this. I know the traditional, the biggest sports network here, they started running some esports tournaments. They got a lot of blowback. People turned on ESPN. Why am I watching video games?
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. So what did they do? And they're still doubling down on it. They're hiring reporters to cover it just like they cover football. What have they done wrong? It feels like they're trying to find the new World Series of poker, and it's just not quite working out.
And the reason I say get off my lawn, because it's the iconic grumpy old people.
Yeah.
And ESPN, great partners of ours, recognize that you need to refresh your audience every generation. And they know that esports in particular is engaging the young males in particular. And I don't want to keep saying males, because there's plenty of competitive gamers that are females, and there are plenty of females that love the sport. So it's not just about men. But ESPN recognizes, and they do things like Street Fighter, and do a nice job with it. And they apply the ESPN magic dust of building storylines and doing, of course, world-class production. And I'm delighted they're involved. The challenge with a traditional broadcaster versus a streaming platform is that they tend to package these things up for later broadcast, because it's very difficult for them to broadcast it live. If you want to watch it live, you're going to be watching it on Twitch. You, to a lesser extent right now, Facebook Live. But even Facebook has said this is a very important part of our strategy.
They're interested in it too.
Absolutely. Very important part of their strategy going forward, which is Facebook Live broadcasts.
Great. Well, we're out of time. Before we head out, I want both of you to make a prediction where we are when we sit here next year. What's the esports?
We'll be in New York.
Yeah. No. What's it gonna look like a year from now?
I think we're well over that $1 billion mark. I think a lot of the major brands that we've talked about have made a full, and to Kevin's point, long-term strategic commitments. I think A, out of opportunity, and B, because they have no choice if they want to continue to build relationships with the next generation coming through. Video games is already, we think, crests $100 billion in revenue this year on a global basis. And I think mobile will start to play a really important part of the competitive gaming scene over the next year or two.
Kevin, where are we in a year?
Agree generally, yes. A mobile for sure. I think you're starting to see this real shift in mobile game development where it's more premium, more depth. We've seen games like Clash Royale and Hearthstone be very successful that are competitive. I think brands will certainly come in. I think they've been sniffing around for a couple of years, and most of them have found a good entry point. I think you'll start to see some console games get bigger too. I have high hopes for FIFA. We've seen some really good traction working with Peter and his team. And mobile games on Twitch or in esports in general have really ebbed and flowed, but FIFA seems to be quite sticky. And there's lots of fun content you can build around that. You'll continue to see media companies come in and try things. I think to the quick point on ESPN, just as we talked about for brands, it has to be authentic. It has to feel real. And this is a very skeptical audience that, skeptical is probably not the right word, cautiously optimistic, right? They'd love for a brand like an ESPN to come in and get it right. But for them to come in is hard and risky, but they've, I think, dialed it in pretty well. And I think you'll start to see lots of different transactional models on top of sponsorships. I think you'll see more game companies try that direct user transaction model that helps fund prize pools. Crowdfunding is a very real thing that works now, right, across all aspects of life. So I'm excited to see the innovation there.
Great. Well, thanks, guys. That's all the time we have. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. All right. Next up, I'm going to bring Alice and Chantel back out, and we're going to talk about Airbnb with their CTO, Nate. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Well, big welcome to Nathan Blacharczyk. I said that right?
You said it
I
right.
practiced
right
backstage. Awesome. You don't really need an intro because I think everybody knows what Airbnb is. You've built a $30 billion company and not that long a time frame. And I mean, show of hands, how many people here have ever stayed in an Airbnb? Okay. There we go. Amazing. And you founded the company when, 2008?
Started 2008, so it'll be 9 years come January.
Well, congrats. So cool. One thing I wanted to start out by saying is you're in 34,000 cities, 191 countries. You have 2 million listings around the world.
3 million.
Oh, 3 million.
3 million
There
listings by 2 million hosts.
Okay, perfect. And you just recently launched Trips. And within Trips, something called Experiences and Places. So just catch us up to speed.
Yeah, so we're actually really seeing Airbnb going forward as a platform for the entire trip. To date, it's really been focused on accommodation, but going forward, there's now kind of 3 business verticals. There's homes, experiences, and places. And experiences is the real big announcement, whereby it's now possible for ordinary people to share their passion, the things that they're interested in, with travelers who are coming in from out of town, also are interested in those things, but want to connect with a local in the process. And so now we have a platform where when you're booking accommodation, you can also book these experiences. It's live in 12 markets. There's about 500 experiences currently, but in 2017, we'll expand it to 51 markets. And now that it's open, we're seeing a lot of applications come in, people wanting to offer different things. So just as an example, one of the most popular experiences thus far is in Tuscany, and you can go mushroom foraging in the forest. Not a kind of mainstream activity, and yet it's a really fun way to bond with this local who does this anyways already. That's what he does, and now he has a way to share it with folks from around the world.
But do people really want to forage mushrooms on their trip to Italy? I feel like I'd just be like, all right, here's some wine, I'll take that.
It's just like Airbnb. You'll go there and you'll find all these things you never imagined could exist. So no one's saying you should book the mushroom trip, but I guarantee you can find something that fits your interest, especially as the platform grows.
Very cool.
It's really this long tail of experiences that previously before could never be offered at scale, and so they simply didn't exist for consumers to experience.
So how does it work financially for Airbnb? Because don't you need like 6 to 8 people to sign up for the exact same excursion for it to make sense for the host and for you?
Yeah, so it's a marketplace model. So on the supply side, these are the experiences. The typical experience has about 6 guests or so. We have to with experiences really do try to fill all the seats, but we are bootstrapping this with an existing community. We have today 2 million hosts, so that's where a lot of the supply is coming from. There's been a lot of interest from our hosts who want to share other things, and then on the guest side, we've had 140 million guest arrivals to date. We have a massive community and people who have grown a real appreciation for traveling and having authentic experiences when they travel. So we think these two things will come together quite nicely.
So while you've built a $30 billion company in a relatively short time period, it has not been without periods of hardship, in part brought on by regulators and things of that nature. So who do you think has had more regulatory issues, you or Uber?
Well, they're very different kinds of issues. I mean, I guess the easy answer is we both had our fair share, I would say. I think it's been interesting. We operate, as you pointed out, in 34,000 different cities. This is typically regulated at the city or municipal level, although sometimes there's state laws that come into play or county rules too. New York and San Francisco, which you hear a lot about in the media, are really the exceptions. Obviously, we have kind of ongoing issues we're working through in both those places. But meanwhile, we've made a lot of progress elsewhere. In the US, earlier this year, we got an agreement with Chicago that looks upon home sharing quite favorably. And we found a way to work with the city to make the registration process really seamless so that we have 100% compliance. New Orleans, just in the past 2 weeks, has adopted the same system, so learning based on what happened in Chicago. Philadelphia, earlier this year, passed very open rules, and Los Angeles is in the process. So a lot of success stories in terms of real recognition that this is a valuable activity where policy should be reformed to explicitly allow it. But obviously San Francisco and New York have been tougher.
Yeah, well, and since we're here in New York, let's talk a little bit about what the situation is here, especially since you just reached a settlement. There was a law passed, I guess, or signed by the New York governor a couple months ago where if you were basically you could be fined if you were hosting your property on Airbnb, right? You could be fined up to $7,500. And you all sued. Because New York is a huge market. I think it was $1 billion in bookings for you last year. Is that right?
So the rule that exists in New York dates back to 2010, and it's not specific to Airbnb. It was created with another purpose in mind, but it was written with very general language. The problem that has created is that it hasn't made clear what, if any, of Airbnb's business should be permissible. And everyone talks about it in very general terms, and I think what Airbnb has sought over the past few years, and what our host community here has asked for, is real clear definitions on what is permissible and not. What happened more recently was simply saying, the city saying, the rules are the same, the fines are now just bigger, which we didn't find to be a very constructive way to further the relationship or the negotiation, looking for some kind of compromise. We did have a lawsuit with the city. We did settle that lawsuit last week. We agreed to kind of settle the lawsuits in the spirit of looking for a more constructive long-term solution.
So the settlement, from what I read, it sounds like it lets Airbnb off the hook from that fine, but the host could very much still be fined the $7,500, to the point where, actually I have a coworker who flew in for this conference, is staying at an Airbnb, and the woman who he's renting from called him on his phone and said, hey, if my neighbor asks, can you be my nephew? Because I don't want to be fined $7,500.
Right.
So the risk is that $1 billion just goes poof for you if this doesn't change.
Well, nothing has really changed, right? The rules haven't changed since 2010. The fines have gone up. The settlement is a stepping stone towards a longer-term relationship, and we felt it important to settle the lawsuit in order to allow for more productive discourse. But by no means is that kind of the long-term solution. I mean, it's back to the table. And we've put a number of things out there that we'd like to do. I mean, a month ago, we proactively announced that we would enforce our one host, one home policy. So what that means is in New York today, 96% of the hosts are only offering one property, which is contrary to what you hear a lot about. You hear a lot of numbers that suggest that there's a lot of large-scale operators taking housing off the market. A lot of the numbers that get quoted when you hear that is numbers from years ago that get quoted. Over the last year, we've removed 3,000 homes from Airbnb in New York. So there's a number of things that we've put on the table looking to further the conversation, try to reach compromise. And what we're hoping is for some reciprocation, because there's been no effort yet to define, with regards to this new concept of home sharing, what part of it should be legal. It's just been this falling back on an existing rule that doesn't speak specifically to home sharing.
So if I'm a New Yorker putting my apartment on Airbnb and I get fined $7,500, will Airbnb help me?
Well, that puts us in a very difficult position because the minute we do something like that, we become the target. The reality is that the city is not in a position to go after a lot of individuals. They would like to go after a few people with deep pockets. That could be Airbnb, the company, or it could be the large-scale operator. In our settlement, we have kind of an agreement that we recognize their focus is on large-scale operators. We understand that they don't want that in New York. We've actually implemented on our side the functionality to keep that stuff off our platform, so we're in agreement there. But what we do need to clarify is for those individuals who are using this money to stay in their apartment, and we have thousands and thousands of documented cases of this. What about those people? The existing policies don't make it clear. I mean, what it makes clear is actually that those people are currently viewed as illegal and subject to fines. Now, the city has said they won't fine against those individuals, but if that's true, why not we put it in writing? So that's what we're working towards with the city.
So, one thing is that you're reaching these settlements, and you're also in the middle of raising a huge round of financing, $850 million, I believe. Is part of this, is this just kind of like to make investors feel less skittish that you're reaching these settlements?
Is the fundraising?
No. Like reaching the settlement in New York City, that doesn't sound very permanent.
No, I think you have to take a long-term view when you look at this business and when you look at the kind of public policy challenges that we're working through. I think in the long term, we believe that we're doing a lot of good for individuals. I think our investors believe that. I think a lot of cities see that too. The question is how to navigate in the short term where it's change management, right? There's these rules that have existed for a very long time. And now there's a new model that shows that there's new opportunities. And the question is, how do you want to adapt the policies to this new thing? And the minute you talk about change, a lot of noise gets generated. A lot of the pushback is coming from entrenched interests, specifically in New York, hotels and labor unions, who feel like this doesn't benefit them directly. They have a lot of power at the negotiation table. They have a lot of relationships, and so that makes it more difficult to reach agreement on what change management should look like, what new policies should look like.
And one thing we actually discussed, it's kind of a misconception that you all don't pay taxes. I mean, you do, and you said if New York City were to just allow you to, you could give them $90 million in taxes basically overnight.
Yeah, that's also another piece of misinformation that's been out there, which is this idea that we're unwilling to pay taxes. Starting in 2014, we put an offer out on the table that we could collect and remit tax from our hosts in New York and give that to the city in a lump sum each month. Today, that would be equal to $90 million per year going forward at our current scale. But in order to do that, a state law has to be changed to give us that permission. And the minute you try to change that state law, other interest groups, such as hotels and labor unions, block it. Meanwhile, though, we have done this in 200 other jurisdictions. We are now collecting and remitting tax. We've collected and remitted well over $100 million to date, and the number will continue to balloon. So I think it's a great way for everybody to benefit from new innovation. This money could be invested into education and into entrepreneurship and things like that.
Well, let's talk about one area where you're really excited to grow, China. So for a long time, you all have targeted people leaving China, the tourists leaving and staying elsewhere, and now you're making a big push within the country, hiring a bunch of people there. One report said that you were interested in buying Zhaozhou. I might be butchering that.
Xiaozhou.
Thank you.
Xiaozhou.
Whatever. Yes, my Chinese is not amazing, so thank you. Is that going to happen?
So over the last couple of years, China has been our fastest growing country, and that's made us very excited about it. And so we continue to invest. We have an office in Beijing. We're putting a development team in Beijing, and we're really ramping up our ability to do business in China. There are competitors in China. The big difference between the competitors and us is that we really own the outbound market. Chinese going abroad, and that's because we have these 3 million homes in 191 countries. And none of the local competitors have that. They've all focused on the domestic market. The domestic market, though, is also actually the fastest growing market for us, too. I think it's interesting to watch how the ecosystem is developing. We haven't made any announcements. I think these companies, it's interesting to watch how things are similar and different in China. What's clear is everything moves fast. So it's been interesting to watch.
So you also launched Airbnb China. Uber did a similar strategy where they launched a separate company, and they actually raised money for it. Is that something you'll do with Airbnb China?
Well, we haven't done it to date. I'll say that. I think one of the differences between Uber and Airbnb is we are a global operator of a global business, and Uber is a global operator of a local business. So really their operations in any given city are kind of confined to that city. Whereas for us, it's a global network effect. So our Chinese users are traveling to New York. They are traveling to Paris. They are also traveling to Shanghai. And so there's a lot more connectivity between the different cities in a way that there isn't for Uber. So that just means that all the different global operations or country-specific operations have to be more tightly tied together. China could not exist separate from the global entity.
Okay, so it sounds like you have watched what Uber has done in China and taken notes, and you're going to do some things a little bit different. Because what they did is they actually spent over $1 billion, and then they merged because they were like, this is too much, we're getting out.
Right, and they got into a price war with the local company. I think that's a very hard place to be in China.
our growth has never come through subsidization of accommodation. It's grown through a unique value proposition, which is the ability to stay in someone's home, which offers certain sets of amenities and a differentiated experience. So that's primarily why people use Airbnb. It's not because it's $5 cheaper than the next alternative.
And then looking at some other places where you are, I think you've also had a couple of settlements in Amsterdam and London, and they also had some parameters around how long you could rent an apartment for, I guess, short term, 60 to 90 days. And so what's the settlement there? You're going to start policing activity?
I don't know if settlement is the right word, but basically Amsterdam and London have generally been supportive of home sharing in the past. They passed policies years ago now, making very clear that home sharing is a good thing. Subsequent to that, there was concern about enforcement of certain caps, which were part of the original policies, but they were finding difficult to enforce. And so what we've agreed to do as of a couple of weeks ago is actually enforce those caps on behalf of the two cities. So when a host hits the 90-day cap or whatever the number is that they want, there's kind of an escalation set of warnings and then removal from the site until the period expires. So this is just yet another example of, I think, how we're willing to make compromises, take on responsibility, do things that are custom to what a city wants. Of course, we are trying to come up with a few generalizable solutions so we can easily take those to other markets. But it's, I think it's something that will work pretty well for everybody.
So we just have now a new president. He happens to own a bunch of hotels. You're not the favorite within the hotel community. Does that concern you at all?
I really think what we do is fairly nonpartisan. I mean, at the end of the day, we're helping ordinary people to participate in the global industry of tourism, and that we've documented that this makes a really big impact for people who otherwise might not be able to afford to stay in their homes, might not be able to afford starting a new business. It's a huge economic, it provides huge economic mobility for people who really need it. And I think what's become really clear in this country and elsewhere is that there's a lot of people looking for opportunity. And there's a lot of talk about how technology is displacing traditional jobs. In an environment like that, I think we need to be looking for, what can people do in the future? And so whether it's sharing the home which you have, or maybe taking something you're passionate about and turning it into an experience, I like to think that Airbnb can be a part of the solution to that problem.
So, Trips is a really great, cool new line of business, but at the end of the day, if hotels are giving you so much trouble and cities kind of seem to be favoring, in some cases, hotels, why won't you go that route? That sort of seems like a natural product extension, create a building where you don't even have to split revenue with a host. You are the host, and you can kind of have it be a community or whatever you want, but sort of an Airbnb hotel, will we ever see that?
Well, it's pretty far from where we are today, that's for sure. I think we definitely need to stay true to our brand. Our brand, our mission is to create a world where you can belong anywhere. What that really means is that wherever you are in the world, helping you connect to the local culture, local people, helping you to travel more authentically. And I think that can be done a number of different ways. One way is by people opening up their homes and meeting those people. We do have a lot of traditional B&Bs on Airbnb, and they do quite well. So I'm not one to take a hard line and say that traditional businesses can't operate on Airbnb. I mean, it's particularly if you're licensed and whatnot, why not? However, it's got to fit the brand, and the brand is about authentic travel. I think one of the things we've done for the entire industry is really open the industry's eyes up to the fact that there is a growing portion of the population that really does want to travel differently. They really do want to connect with local people. They really want to go to some of the off the beaten path things and not be a typical tourist. And so I think the entire industry is thinking about how can we participate or reinvent our offering. And part of this also has to do with the millennial generation wanting to travel differently. There's a stat out there that 3 out of 4 millennials, given some discretionary, an extra $1,000 or whatnot, would rather spend it on an experience than on a physical thing. So I think everyone's kind of recognizing this, and it'll be interesting to see how travel evolves over the next decade.
So I didn't hear you say no in there. There might be an Airbnb hotel someday.
I think it's just the beginning for Airbnb, so I think there's a lot of things on the table. Going back to what I said at the beginning, we are repositioning ourselves as a trip platform. And today that means home experiences, places. We've also talked that in the future it could mean services and flights too. So I think we have the potential to morph into a lot of different things while still also playing true to our roots.
So last question, you are like living the American dream. I think everyone who founds a company dreams that they'll have the success that Airbnb has had. You have a $30 billion company and from 2008 to now. It's pretty incredible. So tell us, what's that like and how do you stay humble when you're the founder of a $30 billion company?
Well, first, just stay busy and don't think about it. Then it won't go to your head. It's been remarkable, and we certainly didn't expect to end up here. And we still think there's a lot we can do. I mean, the analogy I like to make is it's like hiking up a mountain, and every day you're just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. It's only every so often that you turn around and realize that you've kind of risen above the clouds or kind of come so far.
Do you have advice for other founders who want to be you?
Yeah, I always go back to what the first year was like, and the fact that despite all our success now, and despite how obvious it seems that this is a good idea, the fact that we were rejected countless times in the first year, and we were unsuccessful in raising money in the first year, and I think it's a powerful story because that's a lonely journey when you have a vision, but everyone thinks you're silly and unwilling to back you, and so I think it's stories like ours that I hope inspire the next generation of entrepreneur through those tough times. Because at the end of the day, it's all about perseverance. And so the question is, as long as you can hold on to the dream and keep trekking through and not give up, you'll eventually get there because you'll be learning in the process. And if you keep learning, you'll pivot as necessary and eventually find your way.
Great. Well, thank you so much and best of luck here in New York City.
Thank you much.
Yeah. Okay, up next we have Nicholas Carlson, who's the editor-in-chief of Insider, and he'll be interviewing another huge startup here. It's the second, apparently the second largest private company in New York, only to Bloomberg, the founders of Wework, $16 billion company. Here they go.
$16 billion. Wow. Hello, everyone. Come on in, guys. Okay. Thanks for sticking around. This is a fascinating company. I went back to the BI HQ for a minute and I had a conversation with our CFO about something unrelated. And I said to him that I was interviewing the Wework guys and he just lit up. He was very excited because he's very sort of impressed. We're Wework customers, clients. And members. Members, thank you. Ooh. And he's just sort of, I was like, well, why are you so excited? He said sort of like inventory management. How are you able to just always give a member more space if they need it when it seems sort of fixed? There's only so much room in an office, but it's somehow like you can squish more people in, and yet they're happy even though they're being squished. So we'll get to all that. We'll get to that very not squished, placed. So tell me about how you guys met and started this business.
That's a great question. It's a very Wework story. I had a coworker who was at an architecture firm, and he was Adam's roommate. So he invited me over one day to their apartment, and Adam immediately had a profound impact in his brashness and his completely opposite personality than mine. I was like a laid-back Oregon dude, and he was like a crazy Israeli, and so somehow those opposites attracted from the beginning.
And so you met at this apartment, and then
so we got to know each other, and very quickly we wanted to jump into a business together. And we were working. I owned a baby clothing company at the time, Egg Baby, and we also owned crawlers, which was baby pants with knee pads on them to protect the baby's knees, which didn't really work out so well. I have 4 kids today, and I know that babies don't actually need to protect their knees, but back then it sounded great. And we were hanging out, and I wanted to do an office in New York City, and I invited Miguel as an architect to give me his advice, maybe design the office for us. And he said, it's great, but why would you be in New York City? It's so expensive. You could come to Dumbo, and you could get a much nicer space, new environment, great place to work. And I came to Dumbo, and on the same floor of where Miguel was, I found a space. So we would be able to talk to each other every single day. And we kept looking for the right thing to do until we convinced a a Jewish religious landlord who had a lot of real estate in Dumbo to give us an empty building. This was May of 2008, and to do a version of a co-working space. And I went to Miguel that night and said, look, I got this deal, what do you think? And he said, give me one night. And he came back the next day, and this is 10 years ago now, 9 years ago, and things were different. But in one night, Miguel was able to design a logo. He came up with the name Green Desk. He created the website. And by the next day, when we went to our landlord friend and said, look, it's a brand.
Business cards?
Business cards?
Yeah. The whole brand was created overnight, and when we walked in the door with it, it was like, I mean, with Adam being able to sell that, and really in one swoop, we got, you know, entire building in Dumbo with no credibility whatsoever. Neither of us had any money, and neither of us had any experience. We had nothing, but really, in that moment was just, you know, just happened.
And
magic.
I think the nice thing there, it was May of 08, we're about to open, and the landlord comes to us and says, you know, it's going to fail. And we said, why? He said, the world just collapsed. Real estate goes down first. It's always, I said, but we're not a real estate company. This is about this is a community. This is people who are going to get fired. They're going to want to be next to other people. He said, we'll see. And the next few days, we posted 7 ads on Craigslist. And the moment people came in together, it was called Green Desk, we realized that this business is a lot bigger than just being green. Green is the right thing. But it was really community and bringing people together that we were both attracted to. And that led to the beginning of Wework.
That day, how big did you think it could be?
Well, I think over the course of the first couple of months, at least, where like we would open a floor and the amount of demand for that, for the people coming in and feeling like it was something they'd never seen before, both in terms of the way the space felt, but also in terms of how quickly people got to know each other and how cool it was for people to connect. I think very early on, I mean, what sounds weird is that we're probably only like 3 or 4 months into it, and we're already talking about how to get out of it and do the next thing, because just that idea of Green Desk felt limiting when we believed that the real big picture was this, you know, people connecting, and that we felt like the idea that people are stronger together became so much more important, and that just sort of led us down a totally different path.
I think the only thing to add to that is, as big as we were excited about it, if you asked us to dream 6 years ago or 7 years ago and say, how big is it going to be? Whatever dream we would have had, as big as we would have defined it, would have been nothing close to what it is today. And I think the lesson, and it's important for everyone, is don't limit yourself. If you are open-minded and you let the universe come in, you never know where things might go. Yeah. And it's been an amazing journey, but we think we are just getting started.
So give us a sense of the scale. I mean, we just heard the $16 billion number. I mean, Snapchat has like 30 employees and there's whatever, but you guys.
So scale. So here's scale for Business Insider. You have space with us in San Francisco, in Boston, in Los Angeles, and I think you're considering a few more locations. And what we represent for you today is a network. And your employees, our members, are able to enter any Wework. So a year ago, we had 50 buildings and 40,000 members. We today have open 112 buildings, over 90,000 members, and we're a global company. And just to understand a little bit the size, 3 days ago on December 1st, we opened 10,000 new desks in 13 cities, 7 countries, 4 continents. Now this is physically all on the same day. And when we open, we have to deal with, I heard before talk about regulation and about we have to deal with architectural rules and departments and building departments in all different languages and all different nationalities. And one of the things we do is we do it internally with our employees. And the biggest thing we have scaled is our employees. So we have a technology that's able to protect and allow us to do everything we do. But if our employees weren't the superstars that they are, a lot of them are right here from New York City or from the United States. Most of our employees, when they go to their first job outside of the country or just a mission, they've never been outside of the country. First time they're getting a passport, a lot of them. And if they weren't as amazing as they were, if they couldn't jump into a plane and go to Shanghai to open our first location, not knowing a word in Chinese, we wouldn't have scaled. So we've scaled through technology, but we've really scaled through our employees being amazing.
So you're in China, where are you across the globe?
In the past 4 months, we just added Shanghai, Hong Kong, Sydney, Berlin, Seoul. That's just in the past 3 months. Mexico City.
So these are big expansions. This is rapid, very fast expansion. Are you worried? I mean, that's very fast. Is anybody worried here?
So we've looked at how fast physically it is, and we have not found a company that has physically expanded this fast almost, since I think I just saw Ben Hur, so the Roman Empire seemed to have expanded very fast.
Yeah.
But physically, usually companies just don't do it this fast. And if they do a retail expansion, it's 3,000 square feet a place. Our buildings are 70 to 100,000.
There's a reason they don't usually do it that fast, because it's hard. So why do you feel, what have you sort of figured out that makes it so like, actually we can go work something out in China and in Berlin and at the same time?
In WeWork, you make decisions based on two things. What's going to serve the employees best and what's going to serve the members best.
Yeah.
And usually those things actually correlate. Sometimes what serves the members best makes it very difficult for the employees, but because we're all so fulfilled by that challenge, it's actually a positive. Our members get stronger the bigger our network is. So now that you open Seoul and Shanghai, you have hundreds of stories already of businesses from the US who've either wanted to open there and never had the courage, or just wanted to do business with salespeople, with engineers. And we're about to open India. You're going to get a lot of technical and digital support from India in lower price points that are going to be very helpful. And they all speak English, very helpful to American entrepreneurs. So that's one reason. The other reason.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, for all of us, this is an incredible journey. But as Adam mentioned, for our employees, to be able to take on these challenges. Like, we've been entrepreneurial from the beginning. It's been our spirit to sort of take the path of most resistance, to look for the ways to like solve problems that haven't been solved before. And so when we look like at a challenge of opening in China, we have team members who have been built for that. They've been built up over time to say, I'm willing to sort of leave everything behind and walk into China knowing nothing and take this risk, take on this challenge. And I think that's a spirit that we want to maintain for as long as we possibly can, because that's what people are looking for. They want growth, they want challenge, they want to have an impact on the world. And so we give our team members that opportunity. We say, look, the world is broad and big and there's amazing challenges to solve. The only way you're going to get there is if you're willing to take it on. And if you build that up internally, and this is something that Adam has done incredible, like some of our best team members be like, if you want to be an incredible human being, you have to be willing to take this leap. You have to be willing to take on these challenges. And many of them have been willing to do that, you know, to just leave it all behind and jump into something. And that's an incredible thing to be able to give to someone, and they're giving back to the company as well.
And not to forget their families. Our employees are with girlfriends, boyfriends, husbands, wives, kids. They're moving entire families. So it's the support of the families, of how much they're supporting our employees, that we're so thankful for, and without it, it just couldn't work.
And how many employees is it now?
The number changes quite quickly. It's approximately, I'm not going to get caught on an exact number, but approximately, I would say 1,600 employees.
Oh, wow.
And you had 2 years ago, you had about 200.
Yeah, okay, whoa.
Just to get scale.
Yeah, all right, so why is WeWork talked about at technology conferences? It's a, like someone said to you, it's a real estate business. Why is it a technology company? What is the tech element? Is there AI deciding where people sit? You know,
so we're going to divide. I'll give you two versions of the answer. I'll start, and then Miguel will complete and you'll get the full answer. But first of all, WeWork is a platform that's powered by technology. You couldn't, when we just said we opened 13 cities, 7 and 4 continents the same day, you could not do that without leveraging technology. You could take the largest architectural firm in the world, because they don't have the software that we've written and the product that we created. They couldn't do it. They couldn't manage the global supply chain. They couldn't manage the process of observing, building, and designing the real estate. We design in 3D, where the most of the world designs in 2D. Our 3D model then becomes the same system. That's the operating system for the building. Our product, which is called the WeOS, is how we run commercial and residential buildings and towers. And for now, we were doing it just for ourselves, and as we said, 112 buildings. But we're now starting to give it to our enterprise customers who have full buildings, and they're starting to use that to run buildings, to run campuses. So all of that is through technology. On top of that, our members are running their entire experience with WeWork through the app. So you have 90,000 members that are all talking. If you lost an iPhone charger, or if you need I read today, this morning, someone said, I'll build 10 apps for 90% discount. I want people to see my abilities. And within 3 minutes, there were 10 people, I'll take it. And now he has 10 customers, and and if he does a great job, they're gonna tell everyone on the network how good he is. And he just launched a business through the app. So doing that, and then when you're a virtual member, a membership, you could go anywhere in the world of all the cities we're in the world, and at the press of a button, book a conference room, have a cup of coffee, have a beer or anything in between. That's one reason.
I would say the other thing is just, it's about sort of philosophical approach in a way, like being agile, being willing to change, having an attitude to what are very complicated physical assets in some way that we have to be constantly improving them and growing and changing. So, we don't have a system like where you could see some brands that, that built out 3,000 stores, but they're all exactly the same, for example. And there's, franchises where there's just, repeat. And what we've done is created a much more sophisticated system that lets us go into places all over the world, different kinds of buildings all over the world, from small to big, historic to, towers. And because our platform and the systems that we use are sophisticated enough that we can execute very quickly in all of those contexts. And so I think it's both the tools that we have, but it's also like the software by which we run ourselves in our own process.
What's the core insight? So one day, many years ago, 20 years ago, maybe now, Larry Page had a dream, and in that dream he saw the internet, that if you downloaded the internet and looked at the links between the pages, you could then rank the web pages based on how often they're linked to. What's like the core insight for your software? Without giving it away, but give it away. I mean, what is the thing that, is it person per foot, next to coffee?
Here's the same. So first of all, great phrased question. A lot of technology, and this is without pointing fingers or blaming, it's just an observation. A lot of technology that has hundreds of millions of users, if not more, sometimes does not actually bring people together. It disconnects. And I use an example about my sister who, when I used to give this example, was 14. Now she's 18. I visit her in Israel, she's 14, she's sitting at home, and she tells me about her 1,000 friends on Facebook and 2,000 followers on Instagram. And she talks about it, but then I realize she doesn't leave her house. So she's so well plugged in and connected, and yet when I grew up, I was always outside playing. A lot of technology can bring people together, but it can also disconnect. One of the early visions for us was to bring people together, was that together is stronger, was the experience that we can have right here for 1 hour, or when you came to our office for 10 or 20 minutes, can be stronger than any phone call or any video conference that we're gonna do. And that concept is very important, and as the world becomes a more digital place, we cannot forget about the human connection. And one thing that our technology is going to do is empower connectivity and make sure that it keeps on going. More than that, it's space as a service. So today, you said this, I think, for a second. Business is very flexible. Space is very physical. You need a solution that allows space to be more flexible. But even though today we talk a lot about space as a service, it's more about success as a service. Because the right space creates the right energy and creates the right connection. And then I'm able to, as an employee, be a more satisfied employee, a happier person, be part of something greater than myself. And enterprise and small businesses are where most people spend more time than home. It's very important to bring that together in a new way. And the future of work and living is exciting. And a lot of people look into by 2030, 60% of the world's population is going to live in major cities. Now that can look very bad, or that could be an amazing experience. You talked about squished. I actually think that when people are closer, and it's proven, all right, they're actually happier. So it's about getting that perfect mix, using technology as a tool, but not being a servant to it, and growing the business in the fastest, most scalable way, while for a second not forgetting the needs of the employees and for the members.
Miguel, what's the page rank for WeWork?
Page rank?
You know, the
in terms of
the core.
Well, I think I think the happiness index is really, it's not something that's measurable for us yet, but it's the kind of thing that once we feel like we can truly say that when people are inside of our space that they're happier, that leads to a whole bunch of amazing things. And so, everyone can imagine that when they walk into a space and they feel happy, that they're more productive, that they're more open to connection, more open to collaboration. Any opportunity that comes up, you greet it with a smile and with openness, and you're willing to take on much bigger challenges. And so I think that's the kind of thing where what we could be known for, and what if we're really able to prove that it's something as a differentiator that we think about and work on all the time, but yet we can't necessarily, like if there's a secret, that's the secret we wouldn't share. It's not like we have an algorithm, but we could one day have a formula for that.
So you've been working together for 8 years now. Tell me what it's like to work with Adam.
It's been an incredible journey because I think for both of us, like I said in the beginning, we're somewhat opposites, but yet in many ways we complement each other, and in many ways we've come closer together. And so there were times in the beginning where there were conflicts, but the thing that we did really early on was we said, we're always going to agree. Like, no matter what, it was, I don't even know if it was in the documents, but it was in the documents. I think it basically said, like, if we don't agree on something, it's like we can't leave the room until it's decided. There'll never be, and so because of that framework, I think what we both have always done is just really tried to see the other person's perspective from, because if you know you got to get to an answer, you might as well just get there faster rather than being like stubborn or trying to fight internally about something. It's better just to be like, look, we're going to get to the end soon enough, so let's just get there. Yeah. And I think that's been something that's been amazing. Like, we really have had very little friction, and now I think we spend most of our time just talking about cool, exciting, big picture stuff.
And what's it like working with Miguel?
Miguel is still to this day the only person in the company and that holistically, if I couldn't do something or really need something done and I don't have time to explain, I don't have time to take a look at it, and I'm not able to give it the focus that I need to, you can trust Miguel to go into it, and if it's his strength or if it's not his strength, because he's a true entrepreneur, which means he could do anything, not everything the best, but do anything. I trust him to completely handle it, and if there's, and to have someone like that you completely trust, the only other person I have like that in my life is my wife, and in our personal relationship, and to have such a close relationship in a business relationship, as I think is an amazing thing. The other thing Miguel has taught me, compassion and humility. One of the first things, we're still working on that one. One of the first things he told me, so the name of the company, we spent 6 months coming up with the name. We were so clear, because we had already green desk, we knew it was going to work, and we knew we needed a name that describes community. It was very hard to find a name, and after 6 months of a lot of thought, and with the help of one of our friends, we came up with the name, and I said, great, Wework, let's tell everybody we're a community company. And Miguel said, no, it doesn't work like that. The community only decides when they're a community, and once people start talking about it as a community, that's when we become a community company. And one of the things Miguel has taught me is it's okay to have the full vision, but then let the vision catch up with you, and if you're really honest and genuine about that vision, it will catch up. The other thing, he just treats people so nicely that he makes you want to be better. So it's been an amazing experience. I've learned a lot. I haven't gotten better in basketball, and he's really good. But except for that, it's been amazing.
So talk about the difference. So it's fascinating to me that you're setting up around the country and around the world even. What is different about an office place in New York versus an office place in Denver?
You know, the amazing thing is, first, what's the same?
Okay.
The we generation is a global generation. I've had times when in 3 days we did New York, Tel Aviv, and London. We've done now China, Korea, and Australia, all in the course of 3-4 days. And even though you see people speaking with different languages, maybe different religions, maybe dressing a little bit differently, it's the same we generation. Same being part of something greater than yourself, same wanting to take intention and meaning, sometimes more than material goods, same of being part of something greater than yourself. And I think that's an inspiring message, because once you realize that around the world there are a lot of people who want to come together, and I know there's a lot of talks about a lot of different things these days, and the truth is there's a global phenomenon. We like to call it the we generation, you might call it a different name, but it's true, it's there, and it's ready to go. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, easier to say the difference between New York and Shanghai, which we just did a huge opening. Even though it's a WeWork and it feels just like a WeWork, the art is different, the design is different, the level of connectivity is different, the size of the offices. And I think the biggest experience we've ever had was Boston. Boston was more different than New York than Shanghai was from New York. And sometimes the closest thing to you might be further, and the furthest thing.
What were the differences between Boston and New York?
Oh my God. We didn't understand why Boston was not working out. And we had one of our great employees, and he was a New Yorker, and we sent him there, and he kept working, didn't work. And after 2 months when it wasn't working, I went to go check it out, because we've never had a building open and not fill up on the regular speed. And Boston is a huge city. And I go, and one of the members pulls me aside, and he says to me, Adam, we don't really like the Yankees. And I said, I'm from Israel. I don't understand the sports metaphor. He said, it's not a sports metaphor. It's an attitude. And he said, I said, explain more. And he said, there's something about us being from Boston and a certain way that we interact. And there's something about your employees being from New York and a certain way that they speak. And that's just clashing. I said, okay, thank you for saying that. What do you suggest? I said, I suggest you immediately hire a local Bostonian, which I found out that name that day. And that's what we did. And not only did we hire and he fixed Boston. Boston is we can't take enough space in Boston. When we have a new building coming, it's pre-sold before we started. Dave McLaughlin, who was a child of 11, and all of his family was either in the police force or in the mayor's office, and he's branched out into entrepreneurship, not only took care of Boston, but took his very humble and great ways, and now he runs the entire East Coast for us, and he's doing Philly, and he's doing Chicago, so we took the kid out of Boston. And it's amazing, it's translating very well.
So let's get to some of my questions from the CFO that I spoke to today and try to get into the business a little bit. Just walk me through the process of setting up in a city. Is it you go and you find the coolest area of town and you find beautiful real estate and you lease it? Do you lease it for a long time, for a short period? How does it work?
So I can share some of it, but it used to be, until we got to building 70, that either me or Miguel or both of us would go to a new city. I like to spend less than 12 hours in a city, so not even spend the night, because we'd hit a few cities in the same day. You walk in, you feel the city, you schedule a lunch, you schedule a dinner, you talk to a few brokers, you meet some local businesses, and by the end of 12 hours, if you don't know where the right buildings for Wework are located, it's not the right city for us. And we did Berlin, and I think Berlin was done in 8 hours. From the moment we landed to the moment we left, it now has 2 buildings open, it's doing phenomenal, a third one is coming right after. So there's a lot of gut feeling in that piece. From that moment, though, once that choice was made, it moves to Miguel's side of the organization, and now they need to design it and then build it, and then it moves to our operation and community side who needs to operate it. And we don't actually have a large sales and marketing team, so we're building one, but 92% of all of our sales are inbound inquiries. So we're actually, the demand is much larger than the supply that we can give. And what's most important for us, Miguel called it the happiness, making sure the community is really alive and thriving. And we have a lot of different ways of testing it through the app today, but getting better at it.
And so you start designing it. What is the Wework design supposed to look like?
Well, I think hopefully it responds to the local community and to the building. A lot of the things are very small and nuanced in terms of the changes that we would make. But again, what it comes down to is like being able to capture the right energy. Like I think people who have been in a Wework building and can describe perhaps why it's different, there's a vibe, there's an energy. And that comes from a bunch of different factors, but it just, if it works right, it feels like nowhere you've been. And I think that's when we see that and we're able to do it really well. You just come in and no matter what time of day, it kind of just feels like, wow, there's action, there's activity, there's a buzz that happens, and that buzz is energizing. I think people have responded to it in a way that just makes them feel like they can be better. You know, it's an aspirational environment in many ways.
What is this, a little bit, what is this, I called it squishing, you call it a buzz. We work in an open plan. It's the better way to work, I think. But what does it say about the work culture? People used to be all around the sides of a building with, glass.
One of our favorite things to do, so now big enterprises are coming to us and saying, redo our space, we want the buzz.
Yeah.
So the first thing we say is there a CEO or a C-level executive that's an agent of change? Because if you just think that we're going to redesign your space and that's going to make buzz, that's not going to work. It's actually a cultural shift. It needs to be the right culture. You need to really care about the employees. And the first place we test that is we say, show us your floor plan, and he'll show us. And we say, you see all these executive offices all around the windows? We're going to take them out. We're going to put employees in open desks next to the windows because they need to look out, they need to have light, they need to have a good time. And we're going to put your executives' offices actually in the center, and you're not going to have a window. And by the reaction you're going to get there, you already know if you're talking to the right person. And the right person will be like, really, you think that's going to work? Tell me why. And then you have a discussion. And the right person, no. I won't hire the right people if I don't give them corner offices. And for that, I say, well, I think you're 20 years late because the right people are between 20 to 35 right now. And they don't care about a corner office. They care about the culture. And are you mission driven? What are you going to do to make the world a better place? And why should I work in this organization?
Well, it's a fascinating company that sort of signals a fascinating change in the way we work. And we could go on for a while. We're out of time. So I appreciate it, though. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have two people from IAC, which is just a beehive of startup activity. A lot of big companies came out of them or involved with them now. Vimeo, Match, Tinder, College Humor, a lot of big media brands you're probably familiar with. So we're going to bring on their chairman and welcome him back to Ignition, rather, Barry Diller, and the CEO of IAC, Joey Levin.
Where do you want us?
Wherever you guys want. Make yourselves comfortable.
Oh,
Barry, you choose.
sure.
Sit down.
It's a comfortable arena.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julia Borston, and very honored to be joined now by Joey Levin, the CEO of IAC, as well as, of course, Barry Diller, chairman of Expedia and IAC. And such a treat to have both of you here together. And I just got a chance to interview Barry on CNBC, and the conversation, as it does, turned to Trump and how the media landscape is changed in President-elect Trump's new world. And we just spoke a little bit about how it's a new world in terms of regulation. What do you think Trump means for the regulatory environment? Randall Stephenson was on earlier, and he said he thinks Trump is going to reverse net neutrality rules effectively.
Well, I mean, on that one topic of net neutrality, I mean, who could blame Randall Stephenson from doing that? All consolidated large media players, particularly Verizon and AT&T, have wanted to get rid, first of all, fought very hard for there never to be net neutrality, and have tried every year to get rid of it. I mean, the luck of the land is that for now, really, I mean, since the beginning, but holding in these last critical 10 years, net neutrality has been the level playing field that allows anybody anywhere with a computer to press a button and publish to the world with nobody between them, the person, and their audience. Historically in communications, that's never been allowed to happen. Communications have been controlled by very few people since the beginning of communications. And that's what they would like to have had happen with the internet. Miracle, it did not happen. Net neutrality is the reason it did not happen, because they couldn't come and do what they've always done, which is take tolls on the highway and take the profits out of the business of anybody starting out. Net neutrality not being there, there would be no Netflix. So to me, I think it would be, I'd be wildly criminal to lose that.
Joey, when you watch the regulatory landscape and you think about what's next for IAC, are you concerned about net neutrality? Does that impact Vimeo and College Humor?
Hugely concerned. I mean, look, I think we'll survive in any case, but net neutrality has been a boon, not just for Vimeo, but the creators within Vimeo, meaning there's hundreds of thousands, millions of people who are sharing their content through a platform like Vimeo that gives them this free on-ramp to the internet, and they won't, in a net neutrality world, that will become much, much more difficult for them. So yeah, I worry about that in a lot of contexts. Also, if you think about pairing that with some of the other, rhetoric, imagine a world where net neutrality goes away and there's restrictions on a free press or things surrounding a free press, and now these gatekeepers can not only decide the speed at which you get news, but whether you get certain news at all. I think that's a scary thought for consumers.
You own the Daily Beast. You've been investing in the Daily Beast, and it's been growing pretty significantly. At the same time, we've seen the rise of fake news.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah, look, it's Daily Beast has always prided itself on getting a significant amount of their traffic direct to dailybeast.com. I think it's something, 40-something% is coming directly to Daily Beast, or whether .com or their app. And that's a consumer can understand what Daily Beast is as an editor. It's got a very clear editorial voice. It's got a very clear sort of journalistic standards. And when you go to Daily Beast, you know what you're getting. When you go to another platform that uses an algorithm that that will never be shared, that you'll never understand. You, as a consumer, can't understand that filter. And I think that that's a hard thing. I think a lot of consumers are comfortable with that. 40-something% of people in this country get their news through Facebook, but they don't understand that filter. And that is a little bit of a scary thought. And someone like Daily Beast, who builds a brand around editorial, and consumers who start to appreciate that, I think Daily Beast can be a beneficiary of that.
For any journalist right today, and of course, people generally hate the media and hate that process because not necessarily telling truth to power, but it is a skeptical, journalism is best from a skeptical point of view about whatever it is they are covering. Daily Beast, who cares tremendously about process and about the journalistic process. The idea of fake news, which may get us to the point where nobody knows what's up. I mean, and by the way, this is controllable. This is a real, I mean, it's not an indictment of, a Facebook or Google News or any of the others particularly, not since they know about it, but that there wasn't more actual care and thought in fake news, particularly as it contributed potentially to the election, but set the election aside and all the noise that went around it from all sides. You can very easily have a process that will prevent actual fake news, and it must be adopted.
And you're talking about Facebook and Google and those companies.
Well, that's where you can prevent it, because you can't prevent it because we now have an electronic world. In fact, that distribution throttle, so to speak, is the only one that can prevent it. Look, there's the dark web, there's all sorts of terrible stuff out there, always has been, since the beginning of the internet. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about processes that are organized to simply put out make up stories.
So we're talking about journalism, we talked about net neutrality, and then the question is what about M&A in a Trump presidency? You have a very unique strategy when it comes to M&A. You tend to buy smaller companies, build them, spin them off. You have the Trivago IPO coming soon.
We do.
At Expedia. Do you expect to change your M&A strategy in a busier M&A landscape?
I don't. Look, M&A has always been central to the way we think about the business, the way we think about how we grow our businesses. I'd like to be in the fortunate position where M&A we do should be subject to regulatory concerns based on the market share, but I think we've got plenty of room in a lot of our businesses that's a long way off from IAC's perspective. But we'll continue to look for M&A aggressively, and we always will.
We don't have a clue yet on M&A. The only clue we have is what seems to be an offhand remark from the president-elect about AT&T and Time Warner. Other than that, we've not heard a word. We have no idea how this administration is going to deal with M&A differently than the Obama administration, which has been fairly active in terms of M&A review, regulatory review. So it really, like many things in this incredible experiment that's taking place right before our little eyes, we don't know. We get to watch this unfold.
Is there anything else you're particularly interested to see unfold in this experiment, as you call it?
Just for me, I say half the country voted for change. The other half didn't, but half the country did. That half had the electoral votes. They're in charge. My attitude is bring it on, let it come. And change, from all indications, there's going to be enormous change. We don't know, I mean, we have little telltales, pointees and tweets. I almost did that right. I almost did that as intended. But All we know is we're going to have lots of it. And since everybody since half voted for change and they won, let's see it.
What would your advice be to President-elect Trump to make the environment better for businesses in general, for companies like yours?
I have no advice. I voted the other way.
We had that conversation before the election. Now shifting back to IAC, because when we talk about all this M&A, today we heard from Randall Stevenson and Jeff Bewkes, IAC is sort of the anti-conglomerate with the strategy of spinning off businesses. Joey, explain to me what that strategy is.
What we care about is finding great businesses and building great businesses, and then really when inside IAC or hopefully eventually outside IAC, operating independently. We find categories we like, and we invest in categories we like. We find management and executives we like. We invest in those management and executives, and then we give them the room to operate. And the ultimate outcome of that in sort of every case should be, in success, those companies become independent. They operate independently within IAC, and then at a certain scale and at a certain level, they can operate independently out of IAC. And the typical or the historical model was a management team would try and aggregate assets in a place and put them all under one umbrella and build the empire. And that's never the way that Barry has operated. That's never the way that we've operated, because it's kind of the most shareholder-friendly way to do it and the most management-friendly way to do it, and the best way to build great companies is once they've got their wings, you let them fly, and that's the way we think about it.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm glad we're aligned on that.
It's interesting how eclectic the assortment of companies is under IAC. And when you started IAC many years ago, it probably didn't seem as eclectic because they were all internet companies, and that was more of a unique thing. But now you're taking all these businesses, whether it's, you have Match, you have Home Advisor, you have HomeAway, you have College Humor, Electus, you have some smaller retail companies, you have a bunch of search plays. It's a pretty wide-ranging assortment of companies. How do you define the common threads?
There is no common thread. And we've gone through periods where we've searched for common threads or wanted common threads, and many years ago we said, there is no common thread. The common thread is they're good businesses with good teams in big markets. That's what we look for, and that's really, if we're honest with ourselves, that's really going to be the only common thread. Now, the thing that the businesses get from each other and with each other is information, talent. It's a great, I'm sure you'd love to sit with your journalist competitors and share all the data you have on everything that you know, but they can't do that because they're your competitor, because they're under a different roof. We've got all these things under the same roof so people can share information freely, they can share talent freely, and that is a common thread of just great people in there, but the businesses, they're all different.
When it comes to information sharing with different businesses, how does that work and how is that valuable? I remember talking about this with some folks at Daily Beast, but how they use information from other IAC businesses to do a better job. Lay that out for us.
I mean, it could be something as mundane as, what do you pay the credit card company to process credit cards, to consolidating that with some level of scale. Or, how do you charge a consumer for a subscription? Do you go by day, by month, by week, by age range, by demographic, by geography? Do you slice that 100 different ways? And we have a company that's optimized subscriptions in Match for 2 decades. They've tried everything under the sun, and then they've retried it. So when we have a new company going into the subscription business, we can say, okay, what's worked here? What did you try here? What survived and what didn't? And you maybe consolidate 20 years of mistakes down to 2.
Yeah, we've built up over the years areas of expertise, not again by like the design of it, but just as a byproduct of being in all of these internet businesses, at all of these businesses for more 2 decades basically. I mean, from the beginning, and that does allow us to bring some value to these incubating companies. And we also like businesses competing with our own businesses. From the very beginning, we have thought that cannibalism is a good thing, not a bad thing.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in other words, if you have something that you want to, I mean, at Expedia, for instance, Expedia Inc., we have multiple travel brands, and they do different things. We'd rather compete against ourselves than somebody externally competing against us for all of the obvious reasons. And we have believed that and made certain that we're not a protectionist operation. We absolutely believe there ought to be no barriers to internal competition, because we think that keeps people sharp, it's healthy, and all of those things. That's fairly rare. Most companies want to protect their incumbency. And that is why most companies, certainly tech companies, many of those companies lose their futures because of that.
And most companies like to specialize in one area as opposed to across all these different types of internet businesses. So if you're not specializing and you don't mind internal competition, what determines if a company makes sense to add to your portfolio or to try to grow?
If we think it's an interesting company, if it's a good idea. And that really, it really does, you can research anything to the point of finding reasons to say no. But it is often purely the instinct of saying, that's a good idea.
And who makes that decision? Which one of you?
Well, I don't anymore.
We work together on those decisions. No, we look. Barry is still very involved in M&A. When we talk about M&A all the time, and he's a great foil for a lot of things. When you think about ideas, you talk about ideas. And that's what I don't want to speak for Barry, but he likes spending time doing that. And we like spending time doing that together. So we look at a lot of businesses, and we spend plenty of time debating things. And that's a process that we go through to look at these businesses. But what Barry described in terms of what we're looking for is exactly right. And the only thing I'd add to it is that it's a big enough opportunity. Meaning it has to be in a market or going after a concept that we think can be very large.
Now, your background is in M&A. You worked at Credit Suisse in tech M&A. How important was that M&A tech background in your decision that this was the guy to run it?
You probably just told Barry for the first time that fact. How you knew that?
By the way, it's totally true. I'm sitting here thinking, I didn't know that. Now that's really interesting.
Well, it all makes sense now, right?
Yeah.
That was a secret. You let it out.
Yeah.
So how does this dynamic work?
How does what dynamic
Your
work?
dynamic working together.
Well, first of all, Joey's the chief executive of IAC, and I'm there to stimulate, irritate, stir up things, adds value if I can, but the future of the company is with him, and I want that. Obviously, yeah. I want that, or it wouldn't have happened. And so all of these relationships are really, they're their own sculpture. They're one-offs. I have the same relationship with Dara Khosrowshahi, who's the CEO of Expedia. And in both those cases, which is a great example of something I so deeply believe in, which is to not hire people for senior positions from the outside. But the best thing is to have people come into the company as young, as inexperienced as they can, and keep throwing them in ever deeper water. And both Joey and Dara started at IAC, I don't know, what did you start at?
As an associate in the M&A group.
Right. And I think Dara started something similar to that, yep. Also in M&A. And then, M&A is a non-operational thing you do. And so the first thing was to give Joey, before Joey, Greg Blatt at Dara Khosrowshahi, who runs Match.com, is to put them into an operating company and let them learn about operations. I just think that's such a far better way to build a company than to go out and take the odds-off chance that you're going to find somebody you don't know and have spent an hour or 4 hours interviewing that you think is going to be able to run a company or be able to do a task.
That makes sense.
I've been a huge beneficiary of that, obviously, but it's also throughout the culture of IAC. I mean, we push this very hard, which is give people a chance. The way we organize IAC is not, we don't have training, we don't have a area where people go for 6 weeks at a time to learn how to do whatever. We don't really have a hierarchy or a structure around education. We really say, give people a chance, throw them in the water, and if they swim, they'll swim very far. And if they don't, we'll find somebody who can.
When you work with Barry, are there certain, I mean, Barry obviously has a huge wealth of experience both in traditional media as well as digital media. Are there certain types of advice or certain things he'll say to you that are really surprising? I mean...
Alarming, let's say.
I'm surprised. I am still surprised all the time. Yeah, look, I mean, I've grown up in digital media and internet businesses, and we're just now sort of, we have a fun little project, I think eventually a very big project in Vimeo, which is the intersection of all things we've done in digital media and software, and Barry's 50-year or however many year history in
don't remind me.
In traditional media, and you know, I have a tremendous amount to learn there, and he's got a tremendous amount to teach there when he's willing, and we that's a sort of fun little project to work on together in building this business.
I was about to transition to Vimeo next. Thank you. It seems like you guys have been particularly focused on growing Vimeo, but also transitioning what Vimeo is. You've been making these deals with traditional media companies. What do you want Vimeo to be?
I'd say that the deals we're doing with traditional media companies are not a transition at Vimeo at all. It's a natural extension or natural evolution. I mean, we recently did a deal with Lionsgate, who's been a great partner, but they're selling their content on Vimeo like you could sell your content on Vimeo, or anyone in the audience could sell their content on Vimeo. They're another customer who uses this platform to press one button, upload a video, and instantly be selling it in 200 countries. That's what appealed to Lionsgate, was the ability to sell their content in international markets where they couldn't otherwise easily sell it through one simple platform and keep track of it all. That's what Vimeo does is it democratizes this media process for everybody, whether you are an individual or a traditional media company, and that's what we do. Everything we do is an evolution of that. I mean, when we talk about what we're thinking about in terms of offering subscription services and how we're organizing those subscription services, that's also a natural extension of how to enable a creator to access an audience very easily, very simply through our platform and through our software.
So
we start with, I mean, we've been building now for 10 years a platform, and having that platform be able to, as Joey says, operate, I mean, in hundreds of countries, in local languages, in really efficient uploading and transmission of video, and all the things around, all these complicated things around it that they've worked through for years to perfect. So now we have this platform, and now what we want to do is make it very, very appealing to consumers rather than, or aside from, creators and our SaaS business, where we have, what now, 700,000 subscribers? More?
Yes.
Oh, good. Who are using Vimeo, Vimeo tools and things. We are now turning it to be really as much a consumer platform as we can.
So 5 years from now, as you enhance it, you're not changing strategy, but enhancing it with more professionally generated content, will it be an aggregator the way iTunes, or will you have a service like Netflix or Amazon Prime? Who's it going to be competing with down the road?
Everybody, I hope.
It will be competing with everybody. I think, look, we will have a service like Netflix, but I don't think about that. Just like Netflix says, they're not competing just with video companies, they're competing with games companies, and they're competing with your glove and ball. They're competing with your trampoline. They're competing with anything you can do with your free time. The same is true of Vimeo. And the thing that we need to provide a consumer and convince a consumer is the piece of content we put in front of them worthy of a subscription. The decision in the consumer's mind at that point isn't necessarily, is this more worthy than Netflix's subscription? It's just, is this worthy of a subscription? And that mental space or that wallet space may come from different areas in terms of how the consumer is willing to spend. Our job is to make that experience and that content very compelling, and then we'll be competing with all free time also.
Last week, DirecTV, AT&T launched DirecTV Now. We're expecting Hulu to launch their over-the-top service early next year. We know Google's also working on a service. The question is, as we see the rise of these over-the-top services, is Vimeo something that's going to be bundled with them, or adjacent to them, or competing with them, or are they all just alternatives for cord cutters?
Look, I can say with certainty we're not going to be launching a skinny bundle or a bundle service that takes all the traditional linear channels and puts them in a package at a price and gives them to consumers. There's plenty of people doing that. There's 3 in the last few months or whatever, all at increasing or decreasing prices. That's somebody else's business. Ours is going to be unique content for Vimeo and a unique presentation of that content for Vimeo. Whether we distribute through other platforms, I think we're open to distribution anywhere. So we'll think about all those things. But getting into the sort of traditional linear skinny bundle business is not for us and not for our customers.
Its effect, though, is going to. We're very much interested in the breakup of the big bundle. That is, and by the way, and you attach that right to the accepted current net neutrality. That is what, if that had not been in effect, you would not see this great techno, you'd see it would have been delayed, and it would have ended up being totally controlled by the consolidators. So the breakup over time of that bundle done by various people offering skinny, a la carte, et cetera, and that development, which has got enormous creative destruction in its flow, which we think is fantastic, because out of course, creative destruction comes new things, new ways of doing business, et cetera, and we're now seeing it. AT&T decided, although I think $35 is a bit of a sham, a lure, but they decided to compete, obviously, with themselves because they knew that otherwise it was going to get commoditized another way. That would never happen if there wasn't net neutrality. So I think this is a natural, these are natural dominoes. They're going to fall over the next 5 to 10 years. And having Vimeo as a platform to then be able to compete in all of these various niches that it can, as well as everybody else doing the same thing, that's fantastic. I mean, the development of that, which is out of this process of destruction, is, I think, really exciting.
You invested in Aereo, which was shot down by the courts, but was a very disruptive idea.
The only reason we invested in Aereo was because we wanted a wedge to try and break up the bundle. And we thought that could help get it there. Now, the thing is, it happened anyway. So our motivation, which was not altruistic particularly, because I also thought what a good idea Aereo was to be able to get free over-the-air television without having to go through, without having to go through cable and big consolidators. But the thing is, it happened anyway. So
there's a lot of themes in sort of our history. Is you look at an area and say, what is inevitable, and we sort of invest against a product that we believe is inevitable. And I think the unbundling is a great example, and Aereo was one catalyst for that, and there's many other catalysts for that, but travel was another one. What percentage of people are booking their travel online in 1999? What percentage do you think that will be? You know that you look 20 years forward, it's going to be a significant multiple of that percentage. Same thing in dating. What percentage of people are going to meet in this way as against the way that they used to meet? Or same thing in Home Advisor. What percentage of people are going to connect with a service professional by looking through a listing, or what percentage of people are going to want to be connected with a service professional? And we look for themes like that and invest against themes like that, and this, I think, unbundling is one of the great next. It's not a new theme. It's not an ignored one, but it's not a secret. But this is nonetheless something that you can meaningfully invest against and find new opportunity.
But the common theme, other than the unbundling, is really about what are the businesses that are going to be moving online or moving to mobile?
Everything.
Everything. But so what's the next big one that's going to be another big category for you guys? I mean, you are also own a lot of search, which is a much older one.
I wouldn't begin to try to say what is not currently known. I mean, you
really, you're the ultimate oracle on these.
No,
things.
I'm not. Again, you do things because you think they're interesting, you think they're a good idea, and then you work them and bounce back and forth, trying to create them or trying to get them going. And then they become, let's call it, known and real. You can't, at least I can't, I've never seen around a particular corner. All I've done is it myself and stimulate others to do, and others do on their very own, is to say, what is the idea? Do you like the idea? Are you excited about it? And then you go.
Are there any technological advancements that you see having an impact across your diverse businesses? Voice. Tell me about that.
Well, I just came from an Expedia board meeting, actually, and one of the things that they demoed for us was Echo. Amazon's Echo now has a product that I think this week they debuted it this week, or I don't know, last day or two, where you say Alexa, the Echo thing, and you say, I'm traveling to whatever, and they say, yes, we know that, and yes, you're scheduled to do this in 16 days, whatever, do you want a car? What kind of car do you want? All voice, all responsive instantly. It's like a magic product, and you just see, as these things develop, as AI gets into this, or machine learning gets into this, which is part of what, of course, that experience is based on, you see how in the next years voice is going to be so important to almost everything. And every product, I know that we talk about, that we have a home
advisor.
Home advisor.
Yeah, well, we have. We'll be launching a bunch of interesting products in Home Advisor, although we just launched last week a dash button basically for Home Advisor, which is the first services marketplace to have an Amazon dash button.
So what happens, you press the button and then a plumber shows up?
More or less, yeah. But the thing that's transformational in voice is, I mean, A, it's the input mechanism, but B, in a voice platform, you really only have the ability to get back one answer. It used to be in these text platforms, the magic of Google in the beginning was there's 10 billion sites about X, right? And there's all these results. And what happens with voice is you only have the ability to deliver back one result. So what we think about is how are we building our platforms now to deliver back that one result? And Home Advisor is a great example. We can match you with 3 plumbers in your area who could do your job and who could do it at different prices or at different paces. But what you want in these platforms is you just want one, and you want to make sure he shows up, and you want to make sure he does a good job. And so we've now organized Home Advisor to make sure we can deliver against that.
So tell me how the dash button works, because I think I might need one of these.
I believe the way it works is you push the button, and Home Advisor rings you and connects you with whatever service professional you want.
Wow.
Early days.
Yes.
Eventually, not eventually, it's going so fast. It's going much faster than anybody thought. In really, like in less than 5 years, voice is going to get so sophisticated that it's going to transform so much of what we have done, the PC to the tablet to the smartphone, et cetera. The next extension is just simply you and your voice and being fulfilled.
And what sounds what's really interesting is the fulfillment is quicker because you're not choosing between all these choices. It tells you just one thing or maybe 2 things that you need.
Yeah, you need to have, and the question is, let's say probably, the voicers are going to be, for sure, Amazon, Google with its product which just came out, Siri from Apple? And will they work to disintermediate everybody in the path? Now, that is going to be the challenge for everybody. I mean, at Expedia, we're pretty confident that because of the incredible amount of data and the hard work it is to figure out how to be asked a query to do a certain thing and deliver the right response, that we're pretty confident. But lots of businesses are going to get disintermediated by this process, or they're going to invent ways to be relevant.
That seems like a perfect note to end on because we are out of time. So I look forward to seeing how all of these IAC companies evolve in this new voice-activated landscape. I need to get one of those buttons. Joey and Barry, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you all.
Thank you. That was great.
Well, thank you, Julia, for leading that great panel, and we're at the home stretch now. Our next guest, everyone thought this guy was crazy when he invested in a company called Uber several years ago. Turned out he made a pretty wise bet. And now he's doing something even crazier. It's the Hyperloop. So I'm going to bring out Shervin Peshvar from Hyperloop One and my colleague Katie Thompson, one of BI's senior editors.
Quite the dramatic entry. So there's a lot going on there. We're going to talk a little bit about the Hyperloop today, so you can kind of explain a little bit what's happening there. But not a small project.
No.
Not at all. I guess I need to just sort of start off by asking you, what were you thinking?
Sometimes I ask myself that.
Yeah.
Well, I think you know the title of this is Age of Moonshots. I had something that when Scott Stanford and I started Sherpa Capital, we thought in 2013 that we were living in a time where really big ideas could actually be executed upon faster than any other time in human history. There was a little bit of a change in the last 5 years or so. I invested in Uber and seen the scale of that kind of go from 7,000 people using it, and at the time when we did the investment, to now being kind of a global phenomenon, changing transportation, and then with deeply kind of trying to understand the opportunities within transportation, open up our eyes to the fact that the world's infrastructure is in many ways decaying and behind the needs of the world and holding back human potential, economic potential. And so started to look for different ideas within the thesis of transportation that were interesting. And luckily I had become friends with Elon over the years and had seen what he had done with SpaceX and with Tesla and Solar City. And on a trip to Cuba together in 2013, I had heard about Hyperloop. He hadn't published anything yet, and I asked him about it. And I said, what are you going to do with it? And he said, well, he's a little busy trying to go to Mars with SpaceX and, you know, clean up the Earth with Tesla and Solar City, and he didn't have the time to really do anything yet. And so I said, you know, I raised my hand and I said, could I do it? And for me, the most interesting business model was actually cargo, was not just people transport. That's interesting, but being able to move people and things was way more interesting as a challenge. And he said that's a really good idea, and it should work if you just scale it. So fast forward 3 years later, we're now 200 full-time people. We have an incredible team, an amazing CEO in Rob Lloyd. We just added Brent Kalinikos, who's a financial wizard. He was, we recruited him as CFO of Uber. He raised billions there, scaled it from 300 to 3,000 people in 2 years. He was treasurer of Google and Microsoft, and now he's heading up finance for Hyperloop. And I'm an amazing co-founder, and Josh Geigel is president of engineering. But now we broke ground. I just came from Nevada. We broke ground in Nevada on the full-scale test. And I think you guys saw parts of that in the video.
And how big is that?
That's going to be able to handle cargo.
Okay.
That'll be March, April-ish of 2017. That's what we call our Kitty Hawk moment. But the whole world will see the first full-scale Hyperloop work. And then we've signed agreements abroad. Most likely, Hyperloop One will build the first Hyperloops internationally versus the US. So I just came from the 5 countries in 6 days during Thanksgiving holidays, working on a bunch of things related to Sherpa and also Hyperloop. And the level of excitement, especially in places like the Middle East, for this is pretty exciting. We signed a deal there looking at Abu Dhabi, Dubai in 12 minutes versus 2 hours. The port of Jebel Ali, one of the biggest port operators in the world, just invested in the company and joined the board, DP World. And all the ports in the world are at full capacity. So they just can't, they have to buy billions of dollars of real estate adjacent to the ports just to expand capacity. So that just doesn't work. So we can replace the ports and transport 600 cargo containers an hour and move the ports inland. And if you think about that, like Long Beach Port alone is $200 billion of real estate value. You can develop all kinds of, low-income housing and commercial real estate. So, and then the idea of like refurbishing cities and building new cities opens up. And imagine if like New York, DC were connected, you could do 30-minute travel. You could live, work anywhere. And that's kind of the concept.
I mean, that's a pretty big, ambitious concept, to say the least. Why start, I know you said international first. I want to kind of go back to that. Why can't you do this in the US? We have poor infrastructure here. We need improvement. I'm sure people would love to be able to get from LA to San Francisco in 32 minutes. Yeah. Why not start here in the US?
I would love to start in the US. We just need the leadership to push that through. But it's easier abroad. Regulatory environments are as such that you can, I mean, if you look at China, they've built 50 new cities the size of New York in the last 20 years. We can't even build one city in 20 years. So that's part of it. As a student of history, if you look at what happened with the Wright brothers, they developed the technology here in America for flight, but their first contracts were in Europe, were in France, Germany, and England. And in America, they kind of laughed at them. People will not take these things seriously until, Elon has the first, private space company launch, and suddenly you have private companies doing what nations used to do in this era of moonshots. And that's pretty interesting.
Do you think that might change at all under Trump? I mean, he has $1 trillion plan for infrastructure. Do you see any opportunity in the Hyperloop taking advantage of that?
Well, I mean, we spend trillions of dollars on war. So $1 trillion on infrastructure is not enough.
So more money.
Yeah, no, but I mean, in terms of the need for it, the need for that infrastructure is so apparent. I mean, if you just travel around this country, the highways, the roads, the bridges, everything's falling apart. So I actually am very hopeful that Trump as a builder could actually help begin that. But $1 trillion is like a blip compared to what's probably needed.
Yeah. So what makes places like Dubai, I know you said they can do it quickly, but your CEO recently said that that's the place they aspire for the first Hyperloop system to be. What can they do? Is it primarily money and that public-private partnership that they can get this off the ground?
I think so. I think it's also, if you look at the moonshots that America did in the past, from Manhattan Project to the actual moonshot to put a man on the moon, when Kennedy called on us to put a man on the moon within the decade in the 60s, people met that challenge and they had the spirit to meet that challenge, and they weren't cynical. They actually were idealistic and hopeful. And so when I travel around the world, I see that spirit, that kind of American spirit that has defined us for so long, has gone viral, and it's gone abroad. And I say that Silicon Valley itself is not a physical place. It's an idea, and it's gone viral. And so in many ways now the world is lapping us with our own playbook. And so it's time for us to kind of catch up to that again.
That's interesting. And as if this wasn't big enough, you guys recently revealed when you were in Dubai a little bit about an extension of your plans and how it involves autonomous technology, which is pretty cool. So we're going to actually show a quick video of that, or if we could cue that up, of your plans going forward. So it's not just a station and a Hyperloop system, but it's something I think you guys call the last mile and sort of fulfilling that notion.
The Hyperpod is the long-haul vehicle of the Hyperloop One system. It is a comfortable and safe transport hull for passenger and cargo pods. All levitation and guidance systems fit seamlessly underneath. Secure airlocks are at each end. Inside the Hyperpod, passenger and cargo pods can glide smoothly at airline speeds right to their destination.
So I can explain what you just saw. So it's those were autonomous pods. So that man was late to his mom's birthday party and had to get between Abu Dhabi and Dubai within 30 minutes to be on time. And so he used the app, and the autonomous pod actually came to him and picked him up and then took him to the station. That's how it would work, or you would go to the station itself. And so for intra-city travel, that's the kind of the future of mobility, is this end-to-end system within Hyperloop where the pods themselves are autonomous vehicles, essentially. And like a Lego set, they fit into the transport system, and then they go up to 700 miles per hour within the Hyperloop. So he's able to go, something that would have taken 2 hours, he can go in 12 minutes, but end to end. So once he comes off, it's kind of like an Uber pool, and then takes him home, drops him off where he's wanting to go.
So does this mean that Hyperloop One is also going to be building these sort of its own self-driving cars to fix this solution?
Self-driving pods, yeah. But yeah, they would effectively be that. But we would want to partner with the Ubers and the DDs of the world, because they've already built the grid and the network, and so we would do that and partner with them and many other companies.
And so would each pod sort of be one person per pod, or how many people can the Hyperloop system, ultimately carry?
Well, the way to think about it is like it's one continuous kind of invisible, series of pods. So even though they're not connected, they're going at 30 seconds after each other. And so there's different kinds of pods. So you saw now there's meeting pods, and there's lounge pods, and so there's just different designs of what you would need.
So you basically could request a specialized pod for like a business pod.
Yeah.
If you wanted to get some work done, or if you wanted to have a drink, a lounge pod.
Right, or a private pod, like you have your own private pod if you wanted.
So that's really cool and exciting.
Yeah.
But realistically, how far off are we from something like that?
So Kitty Hawk is 2017, and then 2018 is breaking ground, most likely abroad, in these first projects that we've signed a number of deals around the world now. And then with DP World, we're looking at Jebel Ali Port as one of the first kind of cargo loops.
And does that look like the most promising first location, the DP, like having it for cargo at a port?
I think it's probably one of the most promising areas, yeah.
Very cool. So we can't talk about this without talking about the cost. Because when this was originally proposed by Elon Musk, one of the big appeals was it's going to be cheaper than a high-speed rail, right?
Yep.
Not only faster and more efficient, but cheaper. Is that still the case? Are we still looking at this being more affordable than building a high-speed rail system?
Yeah, at this point, we're beyond the point of this being an engineering challenge in terms of can that be possible? And now it's really innovation around cost. And so there's things that we're doing. The most expensive part of this is the steel. So there's ways to actually, that we've innovated around saving money on how we actually design and engineer the steel tubes that could save 70% of the cost. And so at that point, it would be cheaper than high-speed rail and 3 times faster.
Is there a price point, though, for the Dubai system that you mentioned earlier? I mean, what is sort of the cost per mile or per kilometer to build out this system?
Well, each project is going to be different, but we haven't, we don't have final numbers of that yet. We're doing the study right now.
To do this, too, I mean, how important is it to get the government on board? I know we sort of touched on that when we're talking about in the U.S., but how much money do you need, say, Dubai or one of these cities to give you? I mean,
well, you can't, the difference between here, this and other companies is you can be rebellious in other kinds of companies and just, launch something and then worry about getting approvals. Here, you have to get approvals. You can't just go construct a loop in the middle of a city. But so partnering with governments is very important to us. And so, that's why talking to sovereigns and talking to governments around the world is incredibly important. And that's why people like Jim Messina are on our board of directors and are helping us with those types of relations.
What about making money? If you can make this more affordable, you can get people from point A to point B for, I don't know, $20 or however much you plan on charging.
Yeah.
How do you make money from the Hyperloop?
The business model is focused on cargo. The people transport is subsidized by the cargo business. So we saw that in the Uber model where Black Car, which is the luxury side of the business, would subsidize UberX, and UberX would subsidize Uber Pool, and now Uber Pool is as cheap as a bus ride. And so we call that adjacent subsidization at Sherpa, and the cargo would be subsidizing the people transport. And then the ultimate vision really is if you can move cargo this fast, what's interesting is you could then take the concept of a Shenzhen and distribute it around the world. So you can build these new manufacturing cities. You could build one in Texas, you could build one in Latin America, you can build one in Europe, and then have Hyperloop be the transportation grid for those manufacturing cities, and partner with those corporations to actually house themselves within those manufacturing cities. And then basically at the speed of thought, when someone orders something, you actually manufacture, distribute, and deliver within 48 to 72 hours. That also gets rid of these highly polluting ships around the world. Most people don't know this, but the top 15 cargo ships in the world pollute the world more than all the cars in the world combined. It's 1 billion cars versus these 15 gigantic ships that are polluting our oceans.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's crazy, actually. So how big, for the car part, that sort of goes back to this, are these electric pods? Are these,
It's all electric.
It's all electric, so that fits 100% into the plan.
Yeah.
And then we've talked about this before and you've touched on it, but the Hyperloop as a platform, how do other businesses, tap into this and make money off of this? How do they benefit?
Yeah, this is why, from the thesis of transportation being really interesting, you see transportation as a new broadband. So if you can move things and people faster, then you can actually make the world much more efficient and productive, and save a lot of time and let us kind of spend our time in doing more valuable things. And then from that perspective, it becomes what I would call kind of the new HTTP, except it's Hyper Transportation Protocol. And then that, if you have an API to that, you can actually have things like the manufacturing cities plug into that, and have companies build products on top of that. And you can have the Ubers and the DDs plug into that autonomous system. So they would do intercity travel, but then connect to Hyperloop for intracity travel, so end to end.
And that too, you think 2018, will that system be implemented in when you're rolling that out?
I think this is a multi-decade
project,
yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just, we're only 2 years old.
You've done a lot though, so far for 2 years.
But that's evidence of what I was talking about, is that even I've said this, that if Elon had started SpaceX or Tesla now, I don't think he would have struggled as much as he did starting it in 2002, where he almost had to bankrupt himself, putting all of his money into building these companies to save them when there weren't enough courageous investors to back these really big, crazy ideas.
Yeah.
And now we're living in a time where you can make this much progress in 2 to 3 years. And so you're accelerating the time to get to these types of really big moonshot ideas.
And along those lines, you guys recently raised a big round, and you are, to build out this project, will obviously need more money. How are you guys going about that? What have you done to sort of?
Yeah. Well, we recruited Brent Klinikos, who I had mentioned before, and then part of this is we've raised $160 million. We'll raise another round next year. And then post that, it's really about kind of project financing, some billions of dollars of project financing that would come into place for each of these projects around the world. And then there would be some joint venture partnerships in certain regions and countries that would be with local partners.
And so right now, it sounds like you guys are ahead of the curve for those that may be interested in developing this technology as well. But you recently settled a lawsuit, and some of the folks that were formerly with your company have said that they plan to pursue the Hyperloop as well. There are other companies looking at the technology and considering it. Do you expect more competition? You know, I mean, how do you plan to sort of keep a competitive edge against those that are planning to do this the same thing that you guys are?
I mean, I learned a lesson from Elon where he when he was talking about Tesla, for example, you know, for him it was like, you know, for him to succeed in getting other car companies to go electric was a success to him. So he welcomed other automobile companies competing with them because that would speed up the process of actually cleaning up the world. So his goal and his mission was actually to engender more competition. So, you know, if there's more Hyperloop companies around the world, to me it's a movement, and that's a good thing. And it's a really big world, and there's a lot of projects to do with Hyperloop to build it. So we welcome it. We think we have a lot of advantages and, you know, first mover advantages, but it also keeps you on your toes.
Yeah. I mean, are you guys currently, I know you're talking to people all over the world, but in the US specifically, have you guys made any progress, or are you working with the DOT and sort of laying out a plan or a format to possibly getting this to be real here?
One of my first meetings was with President Obama, presented Elon's plan in 2013, and he was, you know, gracious and supportive and had OSTP do the diligence. We met with the Secretary of Transportation. These things take time. We're not living in a nation where you can just kind of demand, you know, to build Hyperloops across state lines. So we have a system that is more complex. So it takes time for those things, and that's part of why the international focus has been a priority.
Will you have any government officials at your Kitty Hawk moment coming up in the spring?
We had people at you were at the propulsion test in May, and there was the mayors and the governor, the senator as well, and we hope to have more people at the Kitty Hawk test.
Checking out the...
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is obviously a really big project. And there are a lot of people who are skeptical and think this will never come to fruition. I mean, what do you have to say to those that don't think this is a viable mission?
I think the only thing you can do is to just build it, right? And, you know, once people see it, and we are. I mean, I just came from the desert in Nevada, and to see the team building and constructing the pylons and the tubes and everything, it's really exciting. I mean, I can't describe in words that feeling, but you know, the world will see it in 2017 working, and it's hard to kind of question that once you actually have built it and shown that it works.
Yeah, and the
kind of a before and after.
Yeah, and
but I understand. I mean, I understand the questions. It's totally natural and welcome them. But our priority is to build, and once you build it, you know, that's the key.
Is there anything that could get in your way of that, though? Like that could stop you from continuing to build it?
No.
Okay. So yeah, so I mean, you've answered a lot of the questions that I have, but can you tell us sort of when we can get around the world in the Hyperloop? I mean, it's hard predicting the future, but you know, how far out are we looking? How long does it take to get one of these systems up? I know you guys have moved quick, but it's a kilometer track that you guys are building for the March reveal.
Yeah. So it's a great question. So 2018 break ground. By 2020, cargo loops should be working in at least 1 or 2 locations, and in 2022, we should have people transport working as well. So it's not that far off. I mean, it's a blink in the eyes of really.
It's going to be over for you now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Shervin. I
Oh, this was
appreciate
fun.
you taking the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, this concludes Ignition for today. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. I've borrowed Shervin's Snap spectacles. If you haven't seen them, you were being recorded live, but it's only 10 seconds, so wait for V2. We'll see you all at cocktail hour. Thank you.